Hello everyone, my name is Pixarifs. Welcome to a Minecraft live stream. Hope you guys are having a good day. Wednesday. Who even streams on Wednesdays? I mean, really? Hey folks. Oh. Maybe you don't want Pretzel to be that loud. Calm down. Calm down there. There we go. Alright. Oh yes. Morning, Ginger. Or afternoon, rather. Sorry to rope you in on short notice. Hello, hello. Got my tea. Got some Earl Grey going on. So we're going to be doing some Minecraft RTX today. I've been working on a house design that I'm really excited about. You're eating breakfast? It's still morning then. It counts. I've been working on a house design for the RTX series. And it's going to take a lot of resources, because it turns out I like to build houses. So we're going to do some resource gathering here in RTX Survival. I made a copy of the world so that I could work on this house design, and yeah, it's already looking pretty awesome. So I'll give you guys a sneak peek of that, and then we'll get into the actual RTX world, because of course I've been building it in like a creative test copy. But then we'll get into the actual RTX world, and we'll do some stuff. Yeah, nothing much else has changed since yesterday. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope your week is going well. Hope if you're, working from home or homeschooling or whatever you guys are doing now, hope everyone's staying safe and being sensible about this whole thing. Right, here we are. RTX Season 2 copy, which I'll probably change to, like, creative test. You can kind of see the house already. So we'll call it that for now. I want to briefly show you the house design. This is just the facade of it right now, but we're working with something that looks a bit like this. What I want to do is, if anyone's seen B00's current season of Hermitcraft, he has like a really beautiful medieval town with like a castle on a hillside. A lot of what I'm doing in the RTX series is going to be heavily inspired by that. Not going to be like completely copy-pasting everything the guy does, because I don't want to plagiarize, but this is a house design that I found is based off of, like, heavily inspired by an ArtStation medieval house that I just found while I was browsing for reference material inspiration. And so it's mostly, as you can see, warped wood. So I'm going to need to farm a lot of warped wood so that we can build this thing. Also, a lot of white concrete in there, which could be white concrete or wool, but I think concrete just because of, like, a little bit less texture. I need a bunch of dark oak, which I have some of, but probably not enough. I will need to get some... what else do I need? Some clay. There's clay mixed into the roof there. The whole thing is also... This is only like half of it. The other half is sort of not built right now. But there is a back half of the house in the reference material I'm using, so it's actually pretty cool. I just wanted to build it from this perspective so I could get an idea of it, and we're going to do it in a time lapse in the episode. So yeah, this is the plan for today. So we're going to be just gathering the materials for it. I'm not going to be building any of it on stream, because in order to time lapse stuff in the RTX Survival series, I have to load this computer up as a camera account and play on that computer that's my old PC. And so all of the building gets done on there, and this one is just a camera perspective because, hey, Bedrock Edition. And I imagine running 2 RTX instances of Minecraft might kill my PC, but you never know. It's doing all right so far. It can stream this stuff fine, so who knows? So yeah, we're gonna do some resource gathering in the main RTX world, and hopefully what we'll end up with at the end of today is something that looks roughly like this as a house design. Even if I just build this half of it, I think I'll be fine. I also really want to put a lodestone up here and probably a tuner compass to it, so I always know my way home without coordinates. But that's going to require us to get another netherite ingot. So we'll be spending a fair amount of time in the nether. I am going to boost my gamma just so you guys can see a little bit better. But let's get into the main RTX world and let's actually do this. So, here we are again. As you can see, the house is not there because this is the survival copy of the world. Just to quickly clarify something, go down to game, activate cheats. No, not enabled. Not there. Not happening. So, We're going to be doing this legit. We're doing it in survival. We need to go and farm some warped wood, which is probably going to mean getting hold of some Nylium with Silk Touch. I've got my Silk Touch shovel now as well. I did get one netherite ingot, and I've already recorded that for the next episode. That's probably going to be out either tomorrow or Friday, depending on if I have time to finish this house today. So I made a Fortune 3 pickaxe, and I converted it into netherite. I do also have an efficiency book, but the efficiency book has Curse of Vanishing on it, because I fished it, so probably won't be using that right away, but we'll get something else fairly soon. I think I'm going to go to the nether, get some Nylium, get some warped fungi, and probably harvest a bunch of bone blocks from soul sand valleys so I can grow them, because warped fungi don't grow on their own. They tend to just sit there unless you bone meal them. So we're going to the nether. Let me quickly up the gamma on this 1 second. Add a quick color correction filter. Increase the gamma by like, what is that going to be, like point something? 0.28. Let's try that. It's going to feel a little bit brighter in the overworld. But then when we go through to the nether, hopefully this should help you guys see a little bit more of what's going on here. And I'm going to make a better nether spawn setup than this as well. How's that looking? Is that looking alright for you guys? Obviously it's very foggy. And I don't have my gold stuff on. I forgot about that. Yeah, I took my gold helmet off to go exploring earlier, and I did not put it back on, so I will do that. Obsidian does look really nice like this. Yeah, Obsidian in the RTX pack in general is really cool looking. I'm going to adjust the volume balance a little bit here, because I'm not hearing as much of Minecraft as I would like to. Okay, that's all fine, so I'll probably reduce the volume of Pretzel and just turn it up for me. Hope that's alright for you guys. And I have a fair amount of resources already. I have some warped fungi already. Here is my gold helmet. There we go. But now if we come across any quartz, I can fortune it. If I come across any more diamonds, I can fortune it. I don't have mending yet, because I haven't really been to a village. Again, that's something I would like to save for the on-camera experience. I feel like the nether's still not quite bright enough. Okay, well, let me adjust things ever so slightly more then. Boost the gamma by, like, 0.5. How about that? Let's give that a try. I mean, it's still going to be dark because the nether in RTX is generally dark anyway, but hopefully that helps a little. Hello, Hoglin. Get in the fire. Have to deal with these baby Hoglins, unfortunately. Right, let's go to the warped forest, which is over in this direction, if I remember correctly. That's better. Do I have a 3090? No, Nvidia gave me a 3080. But I feel like I'm cheating slightly. Well, there's a lot of skeletons over there, but I need bones, so how about we do this? Alright, well that's one of them gone. Yeah, there's just lava down there, I won't bother. Did not realize we were that close to a lava lake. I really miss subtitles from Java. But aside from that, Bedrock has been quite kind to me so far. Hey, more warped fungus. Gotta take as many of these as I can really find right now. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of bone structures outside of just there being skeletons there. There's a huge patch of warped fungus here, actually. That's quite surprising. In Java, they only come in, like, 1s and 2s. And yeah, I'll go to the Basalt Delta, because it's basically right over by where the warped forest is anyway. So I'll be gathering a little bit of warped wood and stuff from here. I need to get the Nylium so we can grow it, but then outside of that, we can do a little bit of exploring. And I still don't have the achievement for visiting all the nether biomes, so we can get that while we're here. This is all going to be uploaded to the YouTube channel after the fact, by the way, so if anybody misses any parts of the stream, I am quite keen on making sure everybody gets to see all of the stuff I do in this series. How do you do chunk borders on Bedrock Edition? There are texture packs that allow you to do stuff like that, I think. Although from what I understand, the latest edition of Bedrock has sort of broken how some of that stuff works. But Foxy No Tail has a really brilliant website full of add-ons and texture packs for Bedrock Edition that allow you to do a little bit more of the technical stuff that people are used to from Java. Do I think the 3070 would still work? Well, yeah, the 30 series in general is supposed to be really good. So if you're not able to get a 3080 or a 3090, like, nobody really needs a 3090 unless you're rendering professional 3D animation stuff, but people will get stuff because they like to have the best possible thing. But I reckon that any of the 30 series is going to do you better than the 20 series would. 20 series is still not bad, though. I don't know how I got to the warped forest before. But I have a lot of warped fungus around here, so I'm kind of fine with that. I think maybe I need to head a little bit further that way. Whoa, hello. Yeah, I don't have feather falling yet either, so I'm trying to be a little bit careful about how I navigate here, he says, falling off things. And this is the bit where it gets really dark. Some regular mushrooms over there. Like, seriously, my eyes need to adjust to the darkness a little bit here. This is kind of terrifying. Do I prefer the Bedrock or Java combat system? I prefer Java. I'm just more used to Java now. And I kind of like stuff having a little bit of cooldown instead of the spam clicking stuff. But then I don't do PvP combat, so typically I don't tend to worry too much about what combat's like. I tend to avoid combat in both versions of the game because I'm not in this game to fight stuff. I'm also going to close my blinds in here because I'm getting a bit of glare. There we go. Well, I still can't see, but at least I can see my screen. Which direction am I heading? Okay, I think I need to be headed that way. I'm fine breaking down all the quartz in this place, because the piglins don't attack you for that. Can I use some new packs? No, I'm probably going to stick with Kelly's RTX for this stream at least. And I will do some different RTX pack stuff in future, but for right now, I'm set on just, like, doing some of the early game stuff in the series with a basic vanilla resource pack, and then we'll move on from that a little bit later. Yeah, I have no idea where this warped forest is now. I found it the other day, and I don't know, I get all turned around in the nether. At least I can navigate back to the center. Hello. At least hoglins are easier to fight in Bedrock, because they don't have the reach. Doesn't have the range, darling. Wait a second. Alright, somehow I have found it. Ran around 3 sides of the square to get it, but we got there. Alright, give me all that nylium. I mean, I only need a little bit and I can just spawn more from netherrack, but still, I will take a little extra if I can get it. Alright, 21 seems like it should do enough. And let's try and find some more warped fungi while we're here as well. Because again, we can bone meal for those, but would much rather just gather a few here first. And I don't have that many bones. Maxestein, thanks so much for the 3 months. I think you do well with the compass in the overworld. Yeah, I'm potentially going to end up using that soon. But I haven't strayed much from my spawn location yet, so... I do a bit of exploring in the next episode, but I still have not found a desert in this world. There don't seem to be any deserts within about 1,000 blocks. I haven't looked at the world seed and chunk base yet, but I probably won't do that for the first little while. Try and navigate a little bit by just the natural ways you can get around the world. Get a horse, get a boat. Did I do a green mug reveal? No. I mean, I've used my mug a couple of times on streams, but I don't know about reveal or whatever. Alright, I think the Basalt Delta is up here. It's either up here or down there. But I think I can get to it both ways. How much warp fungus is that? Okay, over half a stack. We're looking good. There's a lot of fungus. Why do Endermen hold blocks in their hand? They just do. It's just part of Enderman. Here's the Basalt Delta. Let's see if we can get that achievement. This is why I didn't want to go to the Basalt Delta at first. Because I hate these things. It's when they do that. The first couple of jumps are just, like, enormously difficult to predict. And then they kind of slow down and they're alright after that, but still. Pain in the butt. Let me in! Apparently that wasn't Basalt Delta enough for the game. Just a little bit scared of all the lava right now. How can I be in a Basalt Delta without being in a Basalt Delta, please? Hello? And what biome have I not been to? Or did I already get it and just not notice? Vixen with the 23 months. Thank you so much for 23 months of support. Let's get some hype in the chat. Is it an achievement in Bedrock? It is. It's on the list. Although it may just be console edition then? I don't know. Like, while I am relatively safe here, let me open the console companion and have a look. Because I'm pretty sure it should tell me Minecraft achievements in here. How do I get to my achievements? I guess it's this, right? Go back. Minecraft for Windows 10. Let's see. Achievements earned 35. Gamer score, like, it's 2600 gamer score in this game. Iron Belly, Stay Frosty, Tie-Dye Outfit. There's so many of these I haven't got. It should be in here somewhere. Cover Me in Debris is there. Full set of netherite armor. Marine biologist. Yeah, hot tourist destinations should be in here somewhere. Unless I do already have it. Oh no, I do. It just didn't pop. Like, I literally just unlocked that. Yeah, it didn't show up as a notification. That's weird. No worries. See, I was expecting it to not have popped because I didn't see the thing pop up on the screen. But yeah, we have it. So that's good. Anyway, now I can farm warp fungi. We're going to be doing a lot of that. And the only other thing we really need to do in the nether is get some more netherite. We'll do a little bit more of that later, I think. I like how you can see the Enderman holding a block over there, and the block is not, like... is not rendered as the same entity as the Enderman, so the block itself has no lighting, and the Enderman's just, like, all hazy over there. It's like the particle effects that you get when you break a block. It's like, some of that stuff just didn't end up getting rendered for whatever reason, or like, getting a special... Look, the block is just, like... vanilla looking. It just didn't end up with any special effects on it with the RTX stuff. Do I listen to audiobooks? Not really. Like, I used to listen to books on tape from the library all the time, but I don't have, like, an audiobook subscription service or anything right now. I just listen to podcasts a lot more, I think, really. Am I going to make a new world? When? Because eventually, yes, but right now, no. Let's hop up here. I think we can get back in this direction. The baby striders are so cute, I know. What's my favorite mob? I think it's probably pillagers of all of the mobs that are in the game right now. I really quite like pillagers. I'm also trying to get some more XP while I'm here, by the way, because I need to have an efficient axe for this, and I want to enchant a diamond pick. Not a diamond pick, a diamond axe. So we're going to be doing a lot of tree chopping. How come I like pillagers? I just like the design of them. I think they're really cool. The outfit they have. It's just a really cool one. Ugh. They've also got a lot of, like, personality to them just because of the sound effects and stuff. Like, the amount of, like, ha-ha they do is just really funny to me. They're easy to like. Obviously, when they spawn in patrols, it's a bit of a nuisance, but... they just feel like they have a lot of depth to them already, you know? Am I excited for the cave update? Absolutely I am. As both a Minecraft player and a content creator, any updates are good updates. Because it means loads of stuff to make videos about, business-wise, but it's also just, like, an exciting time for the game. There's always new mechanics and new ways of building and stuff that people start to play around with. All of the new materials and stuff. And it's going to be a renaissance of cave bases, if nothing else. Are there going to be hidden features added in 1.17? I think we'll probably know about them, because nothing in this game stays hidden for long, but... I expect they have a couple of things that they haven't announced yet, which are going to end up in the update. At least in the snapshots at some point soon. Like, tinted glass was something we knew nothing about. They never mentioned it at Minecraft Live or anything, but that got added in one of the really early snapshots. And that's a really interesting concept for a block, you know? So I expect they will still have a couple of other things like that knocking around. They have mentioned there might be a couple of other uses for stuff like amethyst. So, who knows? We'll see. There we go. 30 levels, finally. Okay. Got a good handful of quartz from that as well. It's good to stockpile quartz early, because it's a nice building block, but... oh. Interesting. Basalt Delta over here as well. Not where I want to be right now, but good to know. Try and stay on the soul soil for this. Excuse me, lads. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, that's 2 down. Need to make another shield soon. Come on. Ugh, I hate it when you get 2 skeletons shooting at you at the same time and they just kind of get you stuck in a loop. Alright, fine. My armor's going to break in a minute. Yeah, I don't want this helmet to break. In before I run across that lava lake again. Oh yeah, look. Let's try and get up here, I think. Am I going to fight the Wither in this world sometime? Probably, yeah. Who wants to see a Wither fight in Minecraft RTX? Alright, get away from the lava lake before the skeletons attack you, please. Okay, this is nowhere near where I want to be. Very good. I always end up using pick block and then all of the useful stuff ends up flying out of my inventory. You know what? Let's get the netherrack on this slot of the inventory, and then at least I can pick block to it without having to worry about losing my pickaxe or my sword. Hup! There we go. Oh, hey, more quartz. I wasn't really looking around for bone blocks while I was up there. I should have been. I have a few bone blocks already, though, so I'm not too worried about that. Is there any more down here? There's basalt. Not seeing a whole bunch of bones. So I'll ignore this for now. Excuse me, sir. Yep, gonna be steering well clear of that. This is looking a little bit nicer. I think if we come across this part here, oh, that's a piglin. I thought it was a skeleton. Oops. Well, at least I got a crossbow from it. I always shoot way too high because I'm not used to the arrow trajectory on Bedrock as well. So that gets a little annoying after a while. Yep, not going that way either. Do not want to lose the stuff I have right now. It's like the netherite pick would be fine, everything else would be gone. I really don't want to be losing progress this early into a world. Man, so many skeletons in the Soul Sand Valleys. It's a little bit ludicrous. Then again, as somebody who wants bones, I really don't mind that much. But we'll steer clear of them for now. I need to get some soul speed on the boots at some point, but I need diamond boots, really. Ideally. Get wrecked. Okay. That's enough nether for me. Alright. Now we're back here, we can take a stock a little bit. I might turn some of this quartz into blocks, but you can buy them from stonemasons, so I always feel like I should just save those. I have Soul Speed 2 on a book, but I don't have it a decent set of armor for it yet. What else do we want from this? Just to enchant the axe, probably. What do we get? Fortune 2. Well, that sounds like kind of garbage to have on an axe. Thorns, Depth Strider, Power. Eh. What do I get on a bow these days? Power 3. Still not great. Still not great, Minecraft. Alright, we'll go with Fortune 2 and see if we get efficiency. Nope, didn't think so. Oh well. There's efficiency, of course. And the book gets blast protection, depth strider 2, which is not bad, I suppose. Right. Well, we can still start chopping stuff. It's still a diamond axe, you know? I'll get better enchants on it later. I could put efficiency on it, but the efficiency has Curse of Vanishing, which is not my favorite. Let's mend this bow. And I guess I'll put the crossbow away somewhere. Alright. Let's take the gold helmet off again. I'll forget about that next time I go to the nether. That's the way these things go. Right, Fortune 2 axe.
Well, that's just prime.
It sure is. Shady, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Brand new sub to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Okie doke. Let's set down this Nylium somewhere and let's get to farming. I guess we could always add in a little bit of this if we need it. Alright, let me cook up some more pork. Got that from all the hoglins, I think. And where did I put the bone blocks? There we go. Okay, we have some regular bones as well, so... I'm also going to have to save some of the bone blocks to make white dye. So I'll do that at some point. But I'm not as worried about getting all of the warp blocks and stuff. We can hoe a few of them. But I mainly want the trunk. Might actually end up being a better use of resources to just deforest parts of the nether, but I don't really feel like doing that. More opportunities to look at Enderman that way. Do I have enough diamonds for full diamond armor? No, I don't. And if I end up getting a ton of resources in this stream, and I'm like ready to start my house build, but I've still got a bit of time left, I might end up going mining for some stuff now that I have Fortune 3. Also get a ton of shroom lights from this, which is really nice. Dropshot, thanks so much for that Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. I appreciate the support. Oh yeah, we can compost the warp blocks as well. That's a great idea. Thank you, Timotab. And yes, I can set the gamma back to normal. Give me a second to take this down. Been at AFK for the last 15 minutes. What did you miss? I have been gathering a few things from the nether, and now I am back. How'd I get the netherite pick? I went mining and got some netherite. Like, it's not difficult. I got 1 ingot of netherite just from mining in a cave. I was actually gathering blackstone, and I stumbled on a vein of 3 debris, and then I just mined until I found another one. But I'm not using any specifically, like, netherite mining methods or anything yet, so... Sooner or later we will do that, but I'm not in a rush to get to netherite level. You don't really need it. As you can see, I don't have enough diamond anything to really go for netherite yet. I'm going to wait until I have a mending villager, because netherite is harder to repair than diamond is. Unless you've got mending already. But again, I'm not trying to rush the progression here. I'm not going to try and get, like, mending villagers straight away. Silk Touch Hoe or Shears for leaves? Oh, no contest. Silk Touch Hoe. Obviously, right now I don't have one in this world, but in my survival guide world, absolutely. Like, would you like to have shears, or would you like to have shears with 10 times the durability? I'll take the latter, thank you. Okay, yeah, no, we definitely have enough wart to start composting stuff. Let's set up an automatic composter for that. We'll need a couple of hoppers. Two chests. What is the hopper? Not the hopper, the composter recipe. Is it slabs like it is on Java? Okay, cool, it is. Great. So let's put that there. Oh yeah, I actually need to make hoppers out of these chests, so I need 2 more chests for that. There we go. Already have one. Cool. And composter. Hopper has to go into the top, right? I don't think you can add stuff to a composter from the side. It's a background level anyway. That works. Nice. Nice and simple. Let's see how many warped fungi we get from bone mealing this. We get 1 or 2. And we can compost the roots and stuff as well, so that's worth having. Hopefully we don't end up with... I think there was a problem, I don't know if it's been patched recently, but with warp blocks generating over the top of other stuff. Nicole, thank you so much for 11 months! Nearly at the 1-year mark, right? So a lot of people have 11-month resubs lately, that's super cool. Apparently February last year was a good one. But yeah, almost at the full year. What do I like more, Crimson or Warped Stem? To be honest, of the stem blocks, I kind of like the Crimson one more. But I really like building stuff out of Warped Wood when I get the opportunity, so... This house in particular, I'm really happy with the design. I think it looks pretty cool. I like a blue roof. So a farm for the fungus where the return from the bone meal is actually positive, almost 40% increase from composting all the roots and fungi. Nice. Yeah, I expect with just this amount of warped wood, we'll at least be able to sustain this farm for a while without going back to the nether. The warped strip log is better? Yeah, I kind of agree. That's what I'm using for the roof in this place. The strip log and some of the planks. Although I find the plank texture a little bit high contrast, but not that worried about it otherwise. Oh, you really need a hoe for these, though. It's such a pain to break by hand. I'll come back for those in a second. Like, I don't want to make a diamond hoe right now. I've got enough iron, but it's going to happen at some point soon. I have no idea where a woodland mansion is going to be, but could end up getting diamond hoes from that. How much bone meal we got? Look at that, 19 bone meal. Absolutely brilliant. I'm sure you do mine faster with a sword, but to be honest, I don't want to wear down the durability on my sword. So can I grow everything side by side like this? I can. It will let me. I guess this is the point at which the warped wart starts to become a problem. The wealth! Hey, Fred Ceratops, how you doing? If Java gets RTX, will I make RTX Survival Guide? No. Because RTX Minecraft is really not that different from vanilla Minecraft in terms of mechanics, and to be honest, if anything, the lighting stuff gets in the way of actual mechanics, because you can't always rely on RTX lighting to tell you what is a lighting block in vanilla. Like, for example, right, I'm working a lot with different types of lights right now. The shroom lights are an omnidirectional light source because each face of the block emits light, whereas jack-o'-lanterns, only the face with the pumpkin side on it will actually emit light, and so you can actually hide block light in RTX by just burying a jack-o'-lantern in the ground because it won't give off light from its other faces, which is weird, but can actually be used for some quite interesting lighting tricks. I'm going to go into that a little bit more in the next episode of RTX Survival. Which block do I think looks best in RTX? There's a lot of them that look really great. I really like the way sea lanterns look, or at least the light they give off is really cool. I think obsidian looks really cool in terms of how shiny it is and how reflective. When you find obsidian around lava, it always just looks like a really beautiful color. Oh yeah, I haven't turned the gamma back down yet. Give me a second. It's just a bit of a pain to do that because I have to pause the game. Boop. There we go. Gamma correction off. How about now? Is that better? Will ray tracing come to Java but not shaders? No. No, the only time you'll see RTX stuff on Java is when community shader makers make ray tracing part of their shaders. Sonic Ether is doing that right now. Which pack is this? You do RTX pack, exclamation point RTX pack in the chat and it will tell you. I love how glowy the stems get. That's super cool looking though. Oh, just made some farmland by the bed. Have I thought of lighting my builds with lava? I have, but I haven't changed the fire spread mechanics. So I don't really want to set all my builds on fire, and I build with wood a lot, and I'm used to having fire spread off, so I would inevitably set myself on fire at some point and then feel bad about that. I will make an iron farm eventually, but I don't do that first thing, and it would require me to actually look up how iron farms work on Bedrock, so I have enough iron for now that I'll be able to make the tools that I need occasionally, and it's not going to be a big deal. Hey, Beardstone, thank you so much for the 13 months. Hope you're well, buddy. Been a while. I last saw you yesterday, I think. Use TNT to destroy these leaves. Bedrock doesn't have 100% TNT drops yet, so no, I will not. I would rather get all of the warped wart and end up composting it all for more bone meal. Because this is already giving me way more bone meal than I'm currently using, which is kind of great. Even growing the trees next to each other like this has been remarkably good. I stream more now means I have to put up with you more. That's absolutely fine, Beardstone. You're a delight to have in the chat. Let's see. One more iron hoe. Yeah, we'll have to go mining for diamonds at some point, I think. Honestly, like, people talk about how iron farms aren't as productive in Bedrock as they are in Java, but to be honest, if it gave me any iron, it's better than nothing, and people always forget that, like, on a single-player world, you really don't need an overproductive iron farm. Like, I understand it on a server, but realistically, like, how much iron am I actually going to need? Unless I want to start building with iron blocks, which, you know, eventually I will, but by that time I'll have had an iron farm that ran for a while, so... Is it RTX that makes the tool float in your hand? I don't know, let's find out. I mean, the perspective is slightly different, right? Like, it does slightly change your FOV a little bit, but only a little bit. Can I do a tutorial on my Minecraft survival guide house? I did. Like, I did a tutorial on how to build that house as I built it, pretty much. Lucy, thank you so much for 6 months. What even is half a year? Is that something to do with the passage of time? Sounds fake, but okay. Yeah, no, entirely. entirely fake. Time is a construct. Will I play more Minecraft Harmony? No, Harmony is dead and gone at this point. Sad though it is. It was a great series to do, and Python's a lovely bloke, but yeah, we both do other stuff now. Oh, well, we got 2 more warp fungus, so I call that a win. I think what I will probably end up doing is leaving it there. Just doing the 5 in the middle, basically. Because then we'll hopefully still get enough wart that I'll be able to keep composting it. Do I normally play Bedrock? No, I normally play Java. Iron farms on Bedrock work well since the 1.16 update. Yeah, that's what I've been told as well. Like I said, I'll look into iron farms later. I'm not in a hurry. And when I make an iron farm, I probably won't make a tutorial for it either. So, if you're looking for tutorials, like, look elsewhere. Look at the Bedrock YouTubers who are already doing a hard-working job on their own tutorial series. What about gold farms? Probably one of those two, eventually. Realistically, all you need to do is aggro a lot of pigmen, right? Do I wear headphones while playing? Most of the time, yes. On streams, not so much. I feel like if I was playing more casually, if I wasn't, like, ready to record at any given moment, I probably would play with just my speakers on more often, but most of the time, because most of the time when I'm playing, I just end up going straight into a recording if I'm ready to, then I'll play with headphones on just anyway. And also, if there's more people in the house, like if my wife is around or whatever, then it's less disturbance for the rest of the household, but obviously most of the time that's just me and my wife, and right now my wife isn't even here, so maybe make a diamond hoe and enchant it? I would, but I only have 27 levels right now, and I don't really have enough diamonds that I want to craft a hoe with them yet. But maybe later we will do a little bit of diamond mining. In the meantime, I don't mind doing things a little bit slower. The goal is just to get as much warped wood as possible, so everything else can happen in the meantime. Let's make a build chest over here, so that we can actually put all of this stuff somewhere. I think about there. We'll put the warped stem in there as well. We'll put the shroom lights, rather, in there as well, even though I don't know if I will end up using those as much. Am I still playing Hades? I haven't played Hades since I got this PC, because it would have meant installing it on this PC, and I was sort of, like, getting close to being done with that game anyway. It's still a fantastic game. I still have, like, 80 hours in Hades. But, yeah, I was getting to the point where I was just doing the repetitive stuff, trying to get, like, really high clears, like, high heat clears, and so I just decided not to install it when I got this PC. Also helps me refocus on Minecraft if I'm not, like, playing a few other games at the same time. My most played game that's not Minecraft is probably Stardew Valley. I think I have close to 500 hours in Stardew Valley. How much percent do I play on stream / camera, and how many percent off stream / camera? Well, pretty much all of the Minecraft I do is for episode content. Like, I would say probably about 15 to 20% of my footage actually ends up making it into an episode, because, of course, I will spend a bit of time kind of cutting away, doing some resource gathering, coming back, but then I feel like in total it probably amounts to about 50-50, because all of my streams end up on streams. Minecraft must be 1 billion hours. Well, it's at least 2,000 hours just in the survival guide world, so considering that's been 2 years of a 6-year career, although I wasn't playing Minecraft nearly as much then as I do now, because now it's my job. Yeah, done a fair bit of Minecraft. You know what, I think I will go resource mining for a bit, because I'll get some more stone that way, and I think we'll probably also be able to get a few more diamonds, make a hoe, and then just make this whole process faster. I feel like it's, now that I think about it, it's just going to be more sensible to do things that way around, provided we find some diamonds, which, you know, I don't know if we will or not. Let's find out, though. Sheepy, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Thank you so much for stopping in. I have no thoughts on the Dream SMP. I don't watch it, so I don't really know or care. I only got time in my life for one SMP when I'm watching stuff on YouTube. It's pretty much always Hermitcraft. What happened to the Minecraft survival guide? I uploaded a video like yesterday or the day before. I forget which day it was, but it is still a thing. I streamed from it yesterday. Actually, no, yeah, I uploaded a video yesterday and then we streamed because then we finished a little bit more of the bedrock stuff. So yes, it is still a thing. Okay, you don't smelt warped stuff. What are you doing? Wrong hoppers. What about Legacy SMP? I love the folks on the server, but I don't watch any of it. I don't have the time. I don't tend to watch a great deal of Minecraft videos for recreation. I mostly tend to watch Hermitcraft stuff because I do the recap, and then that's kind of it, really. No offense meant, obviously, to my good friends who are on those servers. It's just only so many hours in the day, and I'm not usually watching videos while I'm working on my own stuff. A lot of the time, I just end up watching streams. Alright, well, the Fortune Axe has proven surprisingly good, so won't worry too much about that. Let's go mining. Pour in the rest of my tea. Where should we go? Where should we go mining? I also need to go and find more sand. But I have no idea where a desert is. What does SMP stand for? Survival Multiplayer. Usually just shorthand for a multiplayer survival server. Alright, let me briefly show you what I was going to be showing people in the next episode of this series. Because I set up this dark room over here, which is really nice to have. Let's put the soul sand there. Soil, rather. So I have a dark room now. And what this means is I can play around with how some lighting stuff works. So I've been playing around with like the different light sources and how much they light up and what kind of light they give off, because this is, yeah, sea lanterns obviously give off a really white light. And torches give off a more yellow light, and it's dimmer, and some of the other light sources like jack-o'-lanterns and fire and stuff like that all give off different types of light. So now if I put, let's say, we'll put a sea lantern down here and we'll have a red glass block on top of that. Now we get like lovely red light from that. But then if you do the same thing with a torch, let's say over here, let's put a torch down there and put a bit of red glass on top of that. You don't really get the red light. Torches don't seem to affect any of the RTX lighting stuff as much. Like if I remove this, like the light pretty much stays the same. So it's kind of weird. torches don't have nearly as much influence on the environment when shining through colored materials as stuff like sea lanterns do. And torches seem to be the only thing that's impacted by that. Like, there are a couple of other things which you'd think give off similar light levels to torches, but are just as impactful. Also, if we do this, red light comes from the outside too, which is kind of neat. Have I beaten the Ender Dragon? In this world, no. In other worlds, many times. How's this doing, by the way? Okay, there's still some sand in there. Alright. Looks like I will have a lot of glass then. I need to get sand for other things as well. So there's a stack of each left. That's probably fine. Oh, I have some diamonds in here that I can fortune. Of course I do. What am I thinking? I silk touched some diamond ore. Well, now we've got fortune 3. Let's see how many diamonds we get from 4 blocks. 8. Not bad. So I guess we can make a hoe from that. And how many is that left? 13. Okay, so that's enough for chest plate and leggings, right? No, chest plate, helmet, and a couple left over. Don't think you could play RTX, it hurts your brain. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. It's fun, though. I'm having a whale of a time with this. Boating off towers doesn't work in Bedrock. Good thing I don't plan on doing that, then. I do that in incredibly rare circumstances. Silk Touch Hoe. Ladies and gentlemen. That is worth going back to the Nether and getting some more XP for, I think. So let's take this to the Nether. Or alternatively, I guess we could... We've got some ores and stuff in here. We could fortune some coal, some redstone. I might actually fortune some coal because I need to smelt more stuff. Can't play Java after you saw RTX. It's funny, I find going back to Java doesn't feel as weird as you might think now. And I think it's because, like, especially during the day, like right now, the RTX effect isn't all that pronounced. Like, it's kind of more subtle. If you're in caves and stuff, and if you've got, like, stuff that's lit up in the dark, you notice a lot of difference. And, like, in terms of the textures of certain things, like how shiny the metal elements of the crafting table are, or the diamonds on the corners and that kind of stuff. Like, I notice stuff like that. And occasionally at the extremes of the day, when it's not like midday, you notice the shadows being cast. But outside of that, like if it's midday in an RTX world, it doesn't look that different from Java. Like, it doesn't look that different from just default graphics. I mean, there's like a little bit less shine on things, you know? It's like, it looks a little bit brighter. That's kind of it. So I'm really finding that it's not as much of a weird transition as you would expect. Obviously, like, yeah, metallic stuff like hoppers is where you notice it the most. Will I build the castle today? No, the castle is not going to come for a while. A castle is always a really big build. So it's probably not going to happen for a little bit. How are we doing XP-wise? I think if I fortune the rest of this coal, we might have 30 levels. So I might not need to go back to the Nether for a little bit. But if we go mining for more quartz for XP, we'll do it at a level where we can hopefully find some more netherite as well. Why do I smelt with blocks of coal rather than pieces? Because right now the only things I plan on smelting are things that I need to smelt in bulk, like sand for glass, cobblestone into stone, that kind of stuff. I'm not like... It's an automatic smelting system because I'm using coal blocks. Like, if I want to smelt small batch stuff, I do it in these furnaces. If I want to smelt, like, large amounts of stuff. Like, right now, this is all glass, so you can't see it because it's clear. But stone and stuff as well is all stuff that I've smelted with coal blocks. For fuel efficiency, because 1 block of coal smelts 80 items, whereas 9 pieces of coal that you would use to make a coal block actually smelts like 72 or whatever. Netherite beacon in RTX, probably a tier 1. We'll go for a tier 1. Okay, that was nowhere near enough to get me 30 levels, so we should go back to the nether anyway. We'll put the rest of this in here. I'm saving some of the redstone ore and the lapis ore so that I can do some funky lighting with those later. We'll leave the sea lanterns here as well. The sea lanterns, by the way, if anyone's curious, I got those from underwater ruins, not from an ocean monument. I have not found an ocean monument in this world yet. And believe me, I will be looking. At some point in future, I will be looking. Let's not take a bed with me. I always bring a water bucket to the nether because sometimes if I'm exiting the nether on fire, it helps to be able to put myself out immediately. And I can also just tip out the nether, the water bucket in the nether if I want to get, like, a bucket of lava at short notice. But everyone's always like, why do you have water on you? And I'm like, I haven't brought my gold helmet again. There we go. Yeah, I can get some XP from the auto furnaces as well, but it's probably not done a whole lot of XP because it's just been smelting sand into glass and stone into stone. It's not doing anything particularly, like, valuable as far as XP generation goes. I think people overestimate how useful those farms are. I mean, it's probably alright for getting me, like, a few extra levels now, but I think my dark room is still dark. It probably is, yes. Hello. You alright? Alright, apparently this guy's still mad. I've got my gold helmet on. Alright, probably better just leave. Let's put the gamma back on real quick. There we go. A bit brighter for you. How's that? The cool thing about Bedrock is you can go caving in the nether. And it actually feels like caving. Ew. Oh, and I have a quick charge 1 crossbow. Thanks for that. When did I get netherite? In between episodes, or really at the start of the next episode. So you won't see it until I put out the next RTX episode, which should be fairly soon. I'm hoping to have it out either tomorrow or Friday. But yeah, we can go down here. We might be able to do some netherite mining. Is ancient debris common on Bedrock? As common as it is on Java. It's out there. Like, you can still find the stuff. Still got to go mining for it, of course. Magma blocks are also weird because they do give off a fair amount of light. But, of course, in-game, that is not nearly as much light as it looks like it is. They give off an ambient light level of, like, 3 or something. Will I use beds for mining? No. Just gonna mine stuff by hand. I don't need a lot of it. Hup. So now we're at Y34. I guess if we dig straight down this way... Oh! We dig straight into a cave. Even better. Ah, this is the cave I've explored a bit before. Because, yeah, this is where I ended up going and finding my first patch of debris. It was, like, over here. There was a vein of 3 right there. How does the enchanting table lighting look? I think on Bedrock you can't, like, light from below an enchanting table. Like, I think it still counts as a full block. It certainly does on Java now. So as far as... Oh, there's a hoglin underground. Let's take this guy out. As far as there being any... any way of, like, lighting that, it doesn't really make much difference. Why is my shield so low? I'm using Foxy No Tail's smaller shield resource pack add-on thing, whatever they're called in Java, in Bedrock. Oh, the joy of having efficiency pickaxes. This time around, though, I genuinely am going to miss anything that appears in the walls because it's so dark. So I'll probably walk past anything that I uncover here, and it's just going to be a matter of spotting it on the way back. Alright, a little bit more quartz. We'll get it. We'll take it. And yeah, I don't know where a desert is, so I haven't found a desert temple, so I don't even have any TNT yet. Haven't even scavenged any TNT from the places it naturally appears. So we're not going to be TNT mining for a while. And even then, it's going to be difficult to farm creepers. Because it's difficult to farm any kind of mob that doesn't have a spawner. We'll do what we can. And again, we shouldn't really find any ancient debris, like, poking out of the scenery here. So exploring these caves is going to be of, like, minimal value. I think I'll probably take the quartz anyway. Watch this gravel all cave in and have lava behind it. I mean, it had magma behind it, which is... For a second there, I thought I'd been proved right, but... Not bad, I suppose. Any pending light block I'm really excited to test in RTX? I'm trying to think what I don't have already, because I got lucky and found some sea lanterns in some ocean ruins. I really want to mess around with Soulfire a little bit more. Whoa, okay, there's the lava I was talking about. Continues to dig through the ceiling. I don't really care about the drops as long as I get the XP, but let's leave the rest of that. Where was my entry point? Like, where did I come in? Was it over here? Yeah, okay. I don't want to lose this. I want to be able to get home. But yeah, like... Soulfire stuff, and then really it's just all about finding light sources that work well with the color of light you want to use. Yeah, that was lava. Lava on RTX is glowy as heck. It is one glowy boy. Every now and then the netherrack has a shine to it that makes me think I've found debris and then very disappointed when I have not. I think what we'll do is just branch off from this area, though. And luckily, there's not those giant ravine pockets of lava underneath this level in Bedrock Edition, so the worst we will encounter is probably, like, one lava source or another cave. So I guess, starting from about here, we'll just branch out. Heyo, there it is. There's one. We found one. Here's some more blackstone, which I will absolutely take with me. Nice to get blackstone from a place that isn't piglin bartering or just a bastion. Found the RTX nether to be way too dark for you. It gets that way, but the trick is to spend a lot of time around light sources like lava and fire, which the nether has in abundance. You can't really light your way as easily. But as I was saying in the survival guide episode the other day, the nether actually probably has more natural light sources than the overworld does. Because if you think about it, it's got glowstone, lava, fire, shroom lights. Like, the overworld naturally has, I guess, torches that spawn in villages. I guess it also has lava too, so technically that's a point in both columns. Sea lanterns. Like, the nether actually has a lot of different places it gets light. It also doesn't have the sun. This is true. The sun kind of is the overworld's trump card in that respect. Let's chuck out some of this. And inevitably pick up more of it in a second, but... Yep. I do have fire resistance potions on me as well. I can't guarantee that my menu maneuverability is going to be as good as it is in Java, and I'm not wearing any kind of protection armor, but hey-ho. We'll give it a try anyway. I also like the fact that you yeet stuff out of your inventory if you pick up a fresh stack of things. It like adds up to a stack and then still throws what you don't want onto the ground. Mad Steve. Keep fire resistance in the hotbar. No. Got reflexes. Don't need it. Hey, there's some more. Any more for any more? Yes. Okay, great. That's all we need. That's all we need is one ingot. Incredible. Great work. Well done, chat. Will XP orbs burn if you set them on fire? Yes, they absolutely burn in lava. Now, how do I get out of here? I think this way? Somewhere? Yeah, there we go. This is where we jump down. Okay, it was not. I knew it was around magma blocks somewhere, but... apparently I was wrong. These caves go down as far as bedrock level, by the way. They are vast. It is really bizarre. As somebody who's used to the other kind of caving. Ew. Any easy bones around here? At least there's a way back to the surface. We're right by the bastion. Which I am not going in yet. Is there a way to download the RTX pack you're using? Yes, I've linked it in the description of my most recent RTX survival video. It's called Kelly's RTX. You can get it from MCPEDL and various other websites, I think. When am I getting mending? When I find villagers. Or if I fish up a book in the meantime. Ah! They followed me! The piglins followed me! Alright. Don't mind me. Just want to keep my levels for now, because I have hose to enchant. Yeah, we're definitely turning some of this into blocks now. There we go. You know what? Smooth quartz would be nice to have. That's going to be a great building block. So let's get at least 160 of that. Start smelting that up. Yeah, that's going to be a fun block to play around with. In the video, I didn't mention the notch apple. How did I get it from a desert temple? I think I got it in the... It was in the last stream. It was definitely on camera. So if you go back and watch the last stream I did on Pixel VODs, you'll find it there. But I think I got it just from an abandoned mineshaft chest. I believe that's where we got it. We'll need 4 gold as well. You guys know you can smelt quartz ore? You only get 1 quartz out of it each time, but it is possible. It is the worst way of getting ores like that, but it is possible. Have I thought a name for my city in RTX? No, I've only just started designing houses for this place. I don't have anything in mind. Do-do-do. It gives lots of XP, does it now? Interesting. Oh yeah, speaking of XP, let's actually put the levers on the furnaces like people were suggesting we do. Because that is ultimately a good idea. I don't have any cobblestone left because all I've been doing is smelting it into stone. The funny thing is, the build I've got planned doesn't actually involve all that much stone. I think there's probably more cobblestone in it than anything else. But that's fine, I can go mining, it's not a big deal. Anyhow. Where are we at with any of this? Oh yeah. 4 gold ingots, 4 netherite scrap, 1 netherite ingot. Now, what we need is probably a stone cutter. Yeah. And where did I put some of the regular stone? Let's just turn some of it into this. Yeah, lodestone. Amazing. Let's not put that back in there because that's just going to get in the way of all of the smooth quartz we're going to be making. So we got a lodestone now. That's going in the build chest. And let's turn the color correction back off. There we go. People in the chat are saying it looked washed out. That is why. Don't worry about it. Why do I need a lodestone? It's part of the build. Also, nice to have a compass attuned to it so I can find my way home. Because yes, I have coordinates, but I feel like when it's a part of the design of the house. Ginger, thanks for gifting a sub to Nightbot. The commands look weird otherwise. What does lodestone do? You can attune a compass to it, and the compass will always point towards the lodestone. So you can always find your way back to specific places instead of just your spawn point. Alright, let's go back to farming some wood, I guess. We need to enchant that diamond hoe that we had in here. With Silk Touch and, oh yes, Efficiency Unbreaking. Brilliant. Very, very good. Now let's see what we got waiting for us here. Aqua Affinity on both books, interesting. And then Bane of Arthropods. Alright, well. Not going to worry too much about that. I could potentially grindstone off at Fortune 2 and see if I can get something better. But again, back to 29 levels now. Let's see what this do. Alright, that got us to 30. That's fine. Yeah, I might grindstone off the Fortune 2, because when am I going to use Fortune on an axe? How do I put a grindstone together is the next question. Stone slab and a bunch of wood, usually. Yeah, see, I went from 29 to 30 barely from that. So that is how much XP was stored in that furnace. Not much. Not very much at all. Yeah, I think all my stone slabs are over here now. We want stone slab, and now it's planks and sticks, right? Yeah, there it is. We'll get a tiny amount of XP back from this, but only a tiny amount. Okay, Diamond Axe, you're going through it. What do we get now? Silk Touch. Okay, well, that's mildly better. Let's see if we get anything else. Bane of Arthropods 4? You suck! Okay, no, really, Silk Touch on an axe? Like, what do we need that for? Mushroom blocks? Melons, maybe? Bane of Arthropods. I didn't even think you could get Bane of Arthropods on an axe. It makes sense, of course you can, but, like, I've never done that before. I swear, Bedrock enchantment works so differently to Java. I feel like the weighting for different enchantments is completely different. Java enchantment tables always just give you the crossbow enchantments, which I hate. In fact, I'm going to disenchant this crossbow with how much I hate it. We could enchant the trident at some point as well, but we'll get to that another time. What do we at least get on books now? Loyalty. There we go. Speaking of enchantments. At least the axe now has Unbreaking 3 as well. Like, I could put Efficiency and Curse of Vanishing on it if I wanted to, but, like, ugh. Don't like it. Don't like it as much. What is the use of Bane of Arthropods? You kill bugs with it. It's spiders, silverfish, endermites. All take more damage, which is dumb, because spiders die in 2 hits from a sword anyway, and silverfish are not that strong. Obviously, it can help if you're killing silverfish, because it means you don't get more silverfish after that, but it's still really annoying. Bane of Arthropods is just, like, the least useful of all of the attack enchantments, because you don't really fight spiders as much as you fight literally everything else in the game. But yeah, it's like Smite, but for spiders, is how that works. But at least now we have an efficient hoe. So now we can get all of these blocks nice and quickly. It's not insta-mining, but it's certainly quicker. Use it for spider XP farms? Yeah. Like, I would say it's not going to be that helpful on an axe, but then again, you don't have sweeping edge, so swords aren't going to be that much more effective either. And you also don't have the cooldown for an axe, so to be honest, it's not that bad. Axes do less damage than swords, though. Hey, Nami Crab. We are farming some resources for a build that I have planned. Because I'm planning on doing a build that involves a lot of warped wood. And so right now I've got this warped farm going so that I can farm a little bit of extra bone meal and get all of the wood in the meantime. I've also been to the Nether and got myself the materials I need for this. We got a netherite ingot so that I can make a lodestone. Found a bit of quartz for XP, that kind of stuff. Bane of Arthropods 4 lets you one-shot spiders. Yeah, but like, how hard is it really to fight spiders? Like, it's not nearly as useful as some of the other enchantments you can get. And honestly, I prefer having sharpness anyway, because then it means that you do more damage to literally everything. If you do RTX pack in the chat, you will see what texture pack I have on. How many hits do cave spiders usually take? Like 2 at most, probably. Let's put all of this in here. Whoa. All right. Go off. More of those, please. Did not realize you could get thick netherwart trees in Bedrock. That's cool. Am I going to continue this series without the sponsor? Yes, I am. So I have 3 more sponsored episodes, but then after that I'm going to continue the same world, the same series. I'm just going to use it as a fun way of testing out builds with cool colored lighting. That's basically what it's going to be. We'll probably do some more of the other survival grindy stuff as well, and there's definitely some stuff about the Minecraft world, like, you know, ocean monuments and stuff that's going to look really cool in RTX anyway. Is there any way to force trees to grow this big? I presume not, but if you can, I would like that. What about Survival Guide Season 2? That's still happening. Like, when did I say that wasn't going to be happening? It's amazing you give a little bit of attention to another series and everybody thinks that, like, the rest of your series are cancelled. Like, nah, it's all good, fam. Don't worry about it. You can put blocks around the sapling to force taller trees. But does that work with these, like, plus-shaped ones? Why don't I play with shaders on the Survival Guide? Because Survival Guide is meant to look like the default experience of Minecraft. I have Optifine and I use shaders for some of the cinematic elements of it, but the whole point of this series is because RTX lets you do stuff with colored lighting, and there's no other way to do that. Survival Guide is really meant to look like you just loaded up Minecraft without any additional extra stuff. Smooth lighting, a little bit of like performance assistance from Optifine, but the majority of it is just meant to look like the default Minecraft experience so that it's easier for people to copy. And so that I don't constantly get questions about what shaders I'm using. Because I guess people don't read video descriptions. The stone breaking sounds are quite satisfying. It'd be more satisfying if I wasn't breaking them with Bane of Arthropods 4. But there you go. Is RTX available in other games as well? It is slowly being introduced to other games. Yeah, I think Python had a collab with NVIDIA where he was doing, I think, Call of Duty videos with RTX on. I think that was it. So there's some stuff out there that's, you know, implementing this kind of stuff. I think Cyberpunk also has options for ray tracing. There's a few other games recently that have added that, but more often than not, those are games that have a more sophisticated lighting engine anyway. I feel like the impact is really felt with a game like Minecraft because the game does not normally look like this. Unless you're somebody who plays with shaders all the time anyway. Oh, hey, look who it is. Hi, friend. What have you got? Cactus! I wish I had emeralds. Wish I had emeralds already. I really want cactus. I don't know where a desert is. Do I play Among Us or other games? I play other games occasionally, but I mostly play Minecraft, and I've never played Among Us. Man, I really wish you could get emeralds from the Wandering Trader. Oh, Control is another one. Yeah, I know Control has some pretty sweet RTX stuff. Control seems like the kind of game for it as well. Like, I didn't really like the presentation of Control as far as like the characters and stuff, but the world and the art direction seem really cool. Like, I'm a big fan of enemies that just explode into clouds of rainbow dust. It felt like the kind of standard, like, fairly generic action game, but with the aesthetic of that Annihilation movie that came out a couple of years ago. Okay, anybody who suggested me breaking down the emerald ore that I have in my chest gets banned. I'm kidding, but no. I keep emerald ore, it stays with me. Wandering Trader be damned. I need to find a desert anyway, so I'm absolutely not breaking down my emerald ore. Emerald ore should not be fortuned. You can get emeralds for free from villagers. I feel like you're the only one that prefers Crimson Wood over Warped. I really like Crimson Wood too. I just have a specific build in mind because the reference image that I was using for this build had a blue roof, and so I thought, hey, let me build this out of Warped Wood, and I really like the way it turned out, so. Warped Wood and clay is a really good combination from what I've found. Let me hop down here real fast. You, blasphemer, get out of the way. You like Crimson Wood, just wish it was slightly more saturated. See, I saw somebody make a saturated Crimson Wood texture pack on the Minecraft Reddit recently, and I didn't like the look of it at all. I think it's actually kind of nice toned down, and if it was like full-on blood red, like Netherwart is, I feel like it'd be too much, but tastes vary, of course, and I'm sure you can set up a resource pack that has a slightly more saturated version. And again, in RTX, we could just, like, light it with a really deep red color, and it would probably look really dark red anyway. kill him and steal the llamas. It's fine. I have enough leads already. You beat the Archaeologer on Adventure Mode yesterday? Nice. Good work. Are you going to try Apocalypse, or are you giving it a break for now? Because I feel like a lot of the really, really cool gear ends up being in the higher difficulty levels. Oh yeah, I need to bone meal this, don't I? Don't I just... When do I start making YouTube videos? Do you mean when did my channel start? Or like what time of day do I start making YouTube videos? Because I think the first video was uploaded to my channel back in November or December of 2014. Playing Windows 10, you just got killed by a drowned trident and you lost 40 levels. Sorry to hear that. It's a pain in the butt, the drowned. Often because they shoot you from behind. Yeah, I'll probably end up using nether portals to explore a little bit more once I'm slightly happier with the situation in the nether. It is a good way to explore. The drowned have no honor. They do not. No, I don't think RTX is ever going to officially come to Java Edition, but there are already players who are working on shader packs that have path tracing in them, so Java community isn't going to have to worry about it for long. Am I going to make an answering 404 questions? Probably not. The 303 questions video literally took me all night to edit. I stayed up until 6 in the morning to get that video done. It was just too much work. And it was fun having done it, but yeah, 404 questions is not happening. Sadly. I might try something else if we get to episode 404, but to be honest, I'd be surprised if we end up with that many episodes in the next 6 months. Then again, like, a couple of episodes of Survival Guide per week means that in 6 months we'd actually do quite a lot. So, I don't know. We'll see how far we go. But I've long joked that we're going to do 404 episode not found kind of thing, but I don't know. We'll see what springs to mind. The other option was giving like 404 of my own questions about Minecraft, which would be quite funny and wouldn't involve answering and all of the extra work that goes into like monitoring all of the questions and making sure I have enough. Because that is like so much of the work of those videos goes into just sorting through the questions, making sure there aren't any duplicates and that kind of stuff. Am I gathering this for the castle? No, I'm probably not going to do a castle for a little while, but I am starting like a medieval-style town. I said this earlier in the stream, but this is pretty heavily inspired by what BOO is doing on Hermitcraft right now. Like, he has a castle up on a cliff top and then this village kind of on a plains that's really beautiful. And I'm not going to plagiarize everything he's done, but I am thinking about doing something in a similar kind of style. At the beginning of the stream, I did show off the build I have planned in Creative, so here in the survival world, we just need to gather the resources for it. Yay, we got another one of those big trees. I like those. you time it right, 404 could be episode 1 of season 2. It could be. I am going to start again from an episode 1, though. I'm not going to do, like, a continuous thing. It's not going to be like Azuma, who's on episode 900 of Hermitcraft or whatever. Plagiarized is how I refer to my builds. Fair enough. Can I show you some lighting effects? I will do in a second, yeah. I built this little dark room area for that purpose. So we can try combining some stuff. I really want to go and get some emeralds, though. I think I might go out and find a village in episode 4. And we can really get to grips with, like, the RGB stuff. How do I get inspiration for my builds? In this case, I went to a website called ArtStation, which my friend Joel has recommended on our podcast a whole bunch of times as a good place to find concept art and stuff that you can use as reference material for Minecraft builds. There's a lot of very talented artists on there, and I was browsing looking for medieval builds, and I found this house with a blue roof that I thought looked really, really nice. And so I started trying to rebuild it in Minecraft with a few, you know, stylistic touches of my own, and obviously simplifying a lot of the detail, because artists are able to draw the fine detail on things, whereas building that stuff in Minecraft is more of a challenge. Do I explore the world, then decide where you're going to build a base, or build it at spawn? I take a variety of approaches. The spawn point for this world is over there. But it didn't really look like a great place to start building, so I got some early resources from there and then decided to branch out and found this plains biome, which is where I actually found a lot of my early food, but it seemed big enough for a project like this. And then, yeah, a lot of the time, like in the survival guide, I ended up building at spawn because it was a beginner's guide, and so it made sense to teach people to build at the place they were going to respawn if their bed was broken, for example. But I think in the next season of the survival guide, I will choose my base location a lot more carefully. And I'll probably leave spawn alone unless there is some really awesome terrain right there. But I think a lot of the base of the next season is going to be in caves, so we'll see. Robocop Fields, thanks so much for the 3 months. Have a huge appreciation for your content. Always enjoy tuning into your streams and YouTube videos. Cheers, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you like stopping by every now and then. Really appreciate the 3 months of support. Can we see the reference image? I will show you in a second, yeah. I'll see if I can quickly browse over to it. Alright, let's pop that in there. Plenty of bone meal coming through now. This is great. I will need to make some more warped fungi, but hopefully we can just get those from this. Could be worth it to set up a shifting floor farm, maybe. But I noticed that the warped foliage doesn't bleed over onto grass the way it does in Java, so we'd have to have like a large Nylium platform here for that. Presuming that when you break the block underneath something, you would still get like the fungi and roots and stuff, so we could do something like that. Arc Aberration would be good inspiration for 117. Oh, it would. I remember in my decidedly vanilla Season 4 base taking a lot of inspiration from the obelisks in Arc for the stuff that I was building in the sky around there. Is that what they're called? Obelisks? Monoliths? Some sort of word like that. It's getting dark anyway, so thankfully I can sleep this rain away. Do I use random seed for the survival guide? Yeah, the current survival guide world is a completely random seed. I expect the next season will be as well. Even though I've had other suggestions for it, I think it's just going to make more sense for the format of the tutorial series and for actually being surprised by the world instead of, like, having scouted it beforehand and knowing where everything is. Shidan, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Brand new sub to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, no, there's pillagers over there. They sort of wandered into the animal pen for a second there, and then I don't know where they've gone after that. Are they in here? Nope.
Well, that's just prime.
It sure is. Puppycat, thanks so much for that new Prime sub to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Well, welcome to the Pixels. And James with a Prime sub as well. Kicking off today's hype train. Folks, if you're interested in getting yourself some wonderful emotes courtesy of the folks here at Twitch, then hop on board that hype train by subscribing, cheering some bits, gifting some subs, any of that stuff. There's some brand new hype train emotes. I was getting them in other people's chats the other day. Wow, the back-to-back-to-back Prime subs with Nike Golf with another Prime sub. Thank you so, so much. Really appreciate the support. Prime subs all count to the hype train as well. Oh, here we go. It's all kicking off. Ginger with the 100 bits. Shep with the 200. Cake time? It's always cake time in my household. And Asus with the 100 bits as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Billy C with a Prime sub too. And Jumbo Sale with 100 bits. You guys and your hype trains.
Well, that's just prime.
Always cake time, so more cake. Yes, absolutely. Exceedingly good. Give me more big chungus trees. It erased one. The fungus squished the other fungus. I am disappointed. So if I plant them like this, is it more likely that they will grow that way? Evidently not. Let us have more anyway. Huzzah. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the bits, folks. Castle Ruin with 100 bits. Shep with another 100. TLC Blondie with 1,000. And Breeze with 1,000. You guys know how to hype up a hype train. Thank you so, so much. It deleted the wood, though. I know, I know. It's fine. The wood ends up growing further up as well. And if we get more warp blocks, then that means constantly renewable. Gurple Panda with the 400 bits as well. We're on that level 2 hype train now. Never seen a hype train from your desktop before. It's much more satisfying than mobile. I know, right? Breeze, thank you so much for another 100 bits. I tell you what's good about these is that the stems being slightly luminescent and having shroom lights means that when you chop these down, you don't end up just completely in darkness. Like, when I've done 2x2 spruce trees in RTX, I find that the light doesn't get through the leaves very much, so that at a certain point when you're going up the trunk, once you get into the canopy of a tree, you just end up, like, mining wood in the dark. It feels really weird. Alright, once the hype train is over, I will hop down from here and I will show you some of the lighting tricks that I've been talking about, because I've been kind of curious about this stuff and I've been experimenting between episodes for how all of the RTX stuff is going to look. Gerardo, thanks so much for the 100 bits as well. Says, always awesome content, sir. All right, let's get picks to wear the hat. Well, level 5 hype train. It's a long way off, but it's certainly possible. And the reference image. Yes, I will get the reference image for the build. I will show you the test world where I've got the build in progress. But I'm going to need, like, stacks upon stacks of this warp wood. Gurple Panda gifting 2 subs. Thank you so much. We're up to 30% on that level 2 hype train. Folks who just got gifted a sub, please enjoy your emotes and your sub badges, and make sure you thank Gurple Panda for that very generous gift. And also Jumbo Sale, who's just gifted 5 subs, doubling that hype train. Thank you so much. Always blown away by the generosity of this community. And Liara with the 500 bits. The Corgos and Unicorns frolicking together in the chat. Okie doke. Where are we at with all of this? Oh, we got 3 stacks of wood to deposit. That's not bad. 72% on the hype train. Still a little way to go, folks. But I believe. Alright, I need to put these pumpkins away somewhere. And the rotten flesh as well. That's just hanging around in my inventory. I'm keeping it just in case I can trade some to clerics, because that's always a really useful thing, but for the moment, Milk Dud Bouquet gifting a sub to Addy. Thank you so much. Less than a minute left on that hype train. Get your cheers and bits in now. Oh, that one just ended up hitting the grass for some reason. Gulple Panda with the 200 bits. In a last-ditch effort to save the hype train. Oh, there it goes, folks. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you very much for all the support. Alrighty, alrighty. The zombie pig man has decided to make his way into the animal pen and is just hanging out with the cows. A few more of these trees are threatening to overwhelm. Whoa! Alright. Speaking of overwhelm, that's... Can we take a moment to acknowledge this overachiever? Alright. Oh, you got a chopping. A chopping. Hype swipe. I like it. I like it a lot. Certainly doing a fair amount of swiping. You and the guy she told you not to worry about. I mean... The guy who is 5 times your height. Is RTX good? I'm enjoying it. Good is obviously in the eye of the beholder. But my eyes are impressed. It's the kind of thing where it really depends on what your priorities are. Like... If you like an interesting graphical experience, the opportunity to play around with natural light and color, Like, colored lighting has been a dream of mine in Minecraft for a very long time, and this is the closest it's got to being a reality. For the vanilla game, at least. I know there's some people for whom this doesn't look like Minecraft anymore, and that's fine. You can have your own tastes, what you prefer and don't. But I don't know. I'm into it. Of course, the zombie pigman now counts as too close to my bed. I'm probably gonna have to deal with him in a second. For you, it's just that the blocks look shiny, and that's really a matter of the texture pack. Like, it's not just an RTX default thing, it's that the people making the resource packs have decided that certain blocks should have a slightly more reflective texture, and that's all properties that you can adjust yourself if you learn how to make a resource pack, which is obviously a little bit overkill for some people, but all of that stuff is controlled by community-made resource packs now. Like, it's not just RTX looks this way. Like, if you have full control over all of the textures and the physical properties of all of the textures, the only thing RTX actually changes is lighting. And you have a certain measure of control over that as well. So, like, the grass in this resource pack looks very different to the grass in the medieval RTX resource pack I was using for the first half of this, like, RTX collab with NVIDIA. If you didn't like the fact that these blocks were shiny, you can change that. You can't do it from, like, a config menu or anything, but you would have to go in and edit the resource pack yourself. Do I prefer Java or Bedrock? I prefer Java. I like the way Java mechanics work. They're mostly pretty reliable. Farming mobs is nice, that kind of thing. Like, overall, I feel like Java is where my heart is, because I've played it for the longest as well, but when stuff like this comes along in Bedrock Edition, I'm not going to turn my nose up at it just because it's Bedrock Edition. Does Bedrock have reliability issues? It's not so much with reliability, it's more of the fact that mob spawns are less frequent, so some of the mechanics tend to be a little bit slower than they are on Java. Like, if you want to make a mob farm, mob density is a factor, so it won't spawn a whole bunch of mobs next to each other the way it does in Java Edition. You know, you go into Java, the best way to illustrate it, really, you go into a cave in Java Edition, and if everything else around that cave is well lit up, there are, like, 40 mobs in there. Like, all of the mob cap is condensed into one really dark space near you if everything else around you is spawn-proofed. Whereas with Bedrock, it won't even spawn that amount of mobs in a small area if everything else is lit up, because there is a mob density cap which prevents it from doing that. And that's really just so that you don't have all of the mobs on your screen at once if you're playing on, like, a mobile device. Like an old iPad that's still got to be capable of running Minecraft. And with PC Bedrock Edition, like the Windows 10 edition, like, that wouldn't be a concern, right? But Bedrock is the same code base applied to everything that can run Bedrock Edition. Bedrock works with iPhone 5, exactly. And, like, old model iPads and stuff will still run Minecraft. I think after a certain point they are basically deprecating support for older devices. Like, they are eventually going to stop supporting stuff like older model iPads and stuff like that, but that's just because technology moves on. And you're still going to be able to play older versions of Minecraft, it's just not going to update beyond a certain point, right? Yeah, this is the last update for iPhone 5? Yeah, it figures. It's a shame, but obviously they've got performance to think about, especially if they're potentially going to be changing terrain height and stuff like that. So there's a lot of considerations for the future happening with Minecraft right now. And if they want this game to last, like, into the next few decades, which certainly seems to be the case, then they're going to have to make more and more of those concessions as time goes on, I think. But which is why it's exciting when stuff like RTX comes along, because here is a look at the future of Minecraft now, more or less. Do you necessarily need a good computer to run Java? You don't necessarily need it, and there are a lot of community-made performance optimization mods out there that will help you. But it's certainly a good thing to have. And it's also worth pointing out that I'm coming at this from the perspective of somebody who has to record their Minecraft gameplay at the same time as playing it, whereas if you are just playing on like a laptop or whatever, then you're probably going to have an easier time of it than I would, because I have to worry about my computer's performance for recording stuff as well. But these days I'm pretty well hooked up. Do I watch Wattles? I don't. I know of him, and we've chatted on Twitter a couple of times. He's commented on my videos a couple of times recently, but yeah, I don't watch his guide. I avoid watching too many other tutorial makers just so I don't end up subconsciously stealing their ideas. Because I know Wattles does a lot of other content outside of the guide stuff. Like, he does a lot of snapshot videos and showcases of certain mechanics and, like, theory stuff. What-if videos, that kind of stuff. I said I was going to show you guys this build, didn't I? I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. You have a MacBook Air. Do I think that would run good? I mean, it might be all right. I don't know. I don't know. Without actually experiencing it myself, I wouldn't really be able to tell you, but like, Macs can usually run Minecraft okay. It's not going to look like this, but it's still going to function. Is there a new sapling in 1.17? There seems to be, yes. Azalea shrubs are going to be in the game. And I call them shrubs. I think they are more technically supposed to be like trees, but we don't know if they're going to provide a new kind of wood yet, or if it's just going to be a different configuration of oak wood. I've angered this Enderman. Hello? Friend? I gave you a staircase and everything. What do you want? Seriously, come on. I haven't even hit him yet. That it? Any more for any more? Oh, there he is. He had some of my nylium as well. What a fiend. He stole it from the corner. All right, well, we're putting that back. Glad I killed him. I guess I did hit him at some point, because otherwise I just one-shot an Enderman with this sword, and there's no way that happened. So I must have hit him just as he teleported, and I didn't hear the damage noise. Another way, subtitles would have been really useful. Yeah, I saw Minecraft Earth is shutting down. Some people came into the stream yesterday and talked about it, and I kind of, to be honest, I sort of half expected it to happen sooner, because there can't be that many people playing it with being unable to go outside. It's certainly the reason I haven't been playing it for a long time. Which is a shame, really, because that app really had something special. Like, it was a very cool experiment in what you could do with augmented reality. But I feel like it was, if anything, it felt like it had been published maybe 5 years ahead of where it should have been, because so many people don't have access to that Apple AR kit stuff that really drives Minecraft Earth. I can't help but feel like they were expecting more people to catch up to the hardware, but then the pandemic hit, and obviously the main driving force behind the game was sort of taken away at that stage. It's sad. They may bring it back out at a later date. Have they said that, though? Because, like, it's all very fine hoping for stuff like that, but if we don't know for sure whether or not it's going to happen, I wouldn't hold your breath. Alright. I think I might get a little bit more of the warped wood, but then, yeah, so first of all, I'll show you guys some of the lighting stuff that I've been working with, because there's some cool stuff going on. Again, a lot of this is going to be repeated in an upcoming episode of this series, which may end up being tomorrow if I can get this build at least somewhat done today. But I need to... What else do I have that I can use? I guess I could set fire with flint and steel, that kind of stuff. Apparently crying obsidian emits light as well, which I did not realize, but it has a luminosity of 10, which is pretty good. I don't have any soul fire stuff yet, but I will probably get on that as well. I want to put a soul fire campfire in the chimney of this build that I'm working on. Can only sleep at night, so make it night already, for goodness sake. How often do I play with RTX? I mean, recently, the last couple of days, I've been playing it, like, on and off. Now there's monsters nearby. Of course there is. When will these pigmen leave me alone? Get out my crops. Bed is too far away. Can't jump into it from here. Alright. Now I will go into a darkened room. Thanks for the gold ingot. Or nugget, rather. So let's block up the door with this and turn out the lights. And we are now in a very, very dark room. And our eyes are going to adjust to compensate because that's how this works. But I've been using this room to play around with a little bit of lighting. Princess Rose Drew, thank you so much for the 5 months. So the average torch gives off like a reasonable amount of light. If you put it up near the ceiling, though, it's only going to light a smaller area because the light emitting area of the torch is actually at the top of the texture. So you'll notice that it's dark here, and then if you put a torch there, you get a slightly lighter ambience for the darker corners of this room. So it's really working the way light does, you know? Like it's being occluded by surfaces slightly. We take that away again, and let's put a sea lantern down. Now we have so many silk touch tools, I'm a lot happier about using sea lanterns. Hoovian, thank you so much for 14 months. So sea lanterns give off a very white light. It's like, as far as color balance goes, it's probably the closest to pure white. If anything, it's made a little bit tungsten by the texture of the sea lantern as far as color temperature goes. Compare it, for example, to the shroom light, which gives off a very yellow light because that's how the texture is. And that's like the majority of the pixels in there are yellow, and so it's going to give off a more yellow light. Compared to, for example, glowstone, which I think I put all of in the build chest for the house. So let me quickly hop over here and get some of that to compare and contrast the two, because we're good scientists and that's what we do. Let's block this up again, and when we put glowstone down next to this, you will see immediately brightens things up to a much like colder color temperature, because once again the light from glowstone is a lot more of that bright white kind of color than compared to the shroom light's otherwise fairly yellow light. Let's break down the glowstone again, and now we get into stuff with jack-o'-lanterns, which are interesting. Oh, that's a shroom light again. Let me break that. Interesting because despite being a block which lights up the room perfectly well in ambient light in vanilla Minecraft, in default Minecraft, in RTX it only lights the stuff immediately in front of it. And so behind the jack-o'-lantern, despite the fact that it's a light-emitting block, is incredibly dark. The weirdest part about this is that if you bury a jack-o'-lantern in the floor, which I'm doing like way more than I should be because of how efficient the shovel is, it doesn't give off any light in RTX, but when you go into default graphics, like that's a light emitting block, and so it block lights the area. So this is going to be really useful for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's going to provide a way of hiding block light for spawn proofing, because the RTX mechanics, as Wahami is saying in the chat, does not affect mob spawns. It's just a visual change. There's like having shaders on doesn't affect mob spawns. It's the same principle. But then that is now a block light source that's going to block mob spawns, but it is invisible to us as a player. And that means we can do some cool stuff. So for example, like having lapis and redstone blocks be light emitting with this resource pack that I'm using is going to provide really cool colored light sources. But then once again, when you switch back to vanilla lighting, if I remove the jack-o'-lantern, that's not a light source. Like, a block of lapis is not inherently a light source, and this resource pack doesn't change Minecraft to make them a light source. But obviously, like, with RTX on, right now that's illuminating things for us as a player. It's just not illuminating the world around us. And so we can use a combination of jack-o'-lanterns and these light sources if we want to have those out there in the world, because then it will do both. Yeah, this is, once again, is where the F3 debug light level would be very helpful in Bedrock. Somebody has basically been telling me this entire stream that there is a resource pack that will tell you how far away light is emitted. That's fine. I don't need it. You can switch between the two using the semicolon key or the video settings options menu. So the cool thing about RTX, the thing that makes it different from shaders, is that shaders involve like a different style of rendering. It's rasterized rendering, and it's usually just kind of painting light onto a scene based on light sources in the world. But it's not taking into account the way actual light works in terms of rays of light effectively like bouncing off surfaces and providing stuff like color to the environment. So the reason all of the walls in here look blue is because blue light is bouncing off those walls and reflecting back towards the camera, in this case the player. The coolest thing about this is that you can combine different colors, and it produces the color that you would expect that to do. So you have a red and a blue light combined, it makes purple, which is really cool. And red, blue, and green are the colors of light. This is why RGB is like the term used for like different color LEDs, like color controlling LEDs, like the lighting behind me, for example, is basically sets of red, green, and blue LEDs all emitting at different intensities to produce different colors. And so you end up with this being used for some really cool stuff. And for example, if I then remove this block from the scene, and then I can put, let's say, a sea lantern in the floor here. Let's take the jack-o'-lantern out of here because we won't need this for a second or two. If I put a sea lantern in the floor here, and I put, yeah, there you go. That's already illuminating the ceiling, but it's being occluded by the blocks around it. If I then put a piece of purple glass over the top of that, we now have purple being added into the scene from white light being transferred through purple material. And then if I do this a slightly different way, if I then have the sea lantern right by me here, if it's like in the floor like this, which as you can see once again lights up a completely different area, if I put the purple glass over the top of it then, like so, you'll notice that the room is lit up in different ways. For a start, you get more of a red shadow over here because the light from this is unable to pass through the red material, and so what you end up with there is a blotch on the wall. I don't know quite how visible that is in the stream, but the blotch on the wall is very red, where all of the area around it is purple, because this is in a transparent block, right? But then that doesn't happen on this side because this is a transparent material. Red light is passing through it, but since red is part of purple, because you combine red and blue to make purple, you end up with like an entirely purple wall still, which is really cool. You can do a lot of really interesting stuff with this. So this is why I'm so fascinated with the RTX thing. This is one of the reasons I'm so excited about messing around with this, even after the whole sponsorship stuff is done. This stream isn't sponsored, neither is the previous one that I've done. Nvidia is sponsoring 5 more of my videos and that's it. But I still want to mess around with this, because this is wild. Like, it's really quite cool to actually see all of the kind of the color theory stuff and, you know, effectively all of the things you learn about light in, you know, elementary school or whatever, actually being brought to bear on the mechanics of a game like Minecraft. Fascinating. Like, love it so much. Also, yeah, here's another fun thing. If it's sunny outside, I can put colored glass there, and then the light that comes through the door is purple. I mean, it's very faint right now because I think the light is at a weird angle. It's kind of, the sun is setting right now. But yeah, you can do some very cool stuff with all of this. And yeah, if I had green glass right now, then I would be making RGB stuff, but I don't have enough emeralds to make the emerald block because I haven't been to a village yet, and I haven't found a desert so I can make cactus. Also, the sound is gone. Hello? Pretzel is having a moment. Sorry about that. All right, so we're going to probably quit out of this world very briefly so I can show you the build I've been working on, because this is a creative test copy of the RTX world that you've just seen, so a lot of stuff is going to look similar. This is the build I'm working on. It is heavily based on a... there's a skeleton in my house. It is heavily based on a piece from ArtStation, which I will very quickly try and find, so bear with me. And I'll bring it over here so you can get a better look at it. This is by Francisco Javier Tate. So it looks like this. And so it's like, I just searched ArtStation for medieval house, right? And I'm going to give credit in the description of the video for this design. It starts as a 3D model, and then it's like a composite 3D model and painted scene. So there's a couple of different interpretations up here. Like if I expand this, then you can see like half of it is painted there, and the other half of it is painted on this side. But yeah, there's some cool stuff going on here. I really like the design, and I've been working, from this as a reference image to produce this. And obviously the color of the roof is ever so slightly different because this is a more cyan. We're looking at warped wood because there isn't really a blue block that provides that deep blue color that he's using for the tiles of the roof there. I think probably the closest thing you would find in Minecraft would be lapis, and we're already using that as a light source block, so there's not really a whole lot I could do about that. I guess like blue coral and stuff as well, maybe. And then blue concrete, of course, but then I don't really want to build the entire roof out of blue concrete. So we've got a mixture of warped wood and clay in there, and I think clay blocks are something I'll have to go and gather some more of. This is why I've been harvesting as much warped wood as I have, because you can see that all of this is made out of stripped hyphae, and obviously like broken down into planks and slabs and stuff around here as well. But even with the clay blocks in the roof, this is only half of the roof, by the way. The other half is going to be on this side. I just haven't really built it yet. I've just been drafting this whole thing in creative. And I really like the way this house came together. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, still a lot of work to do. And this is why I wanted the lodestone, because I wanted this to be up here as part of the kind of spire of this tower part, but also so that I could attune a compass to it and I could find my way home. There is a soulfire campfire in there, by the way. And so I've been messing around a little bit with the way this build is lit. And to be honest, even though I've been doing all of these fun lighting tests and stuff, even if we do time... My caps lock is on set night. I haven't done a huge amount with lighting this in super RTX-y ways. I mean, aside from the fact that, yes, the light-emitting blocks are still going to emit light. The only thing I have done to make this like a more interesting and colorful build is put light blue glass down here with sea lanterns behind it, which uplights the area around the door with that really nice blue glow that I really feel like accents the roof. I tried it with cyan, it looks too green. So I think this is a really fun way of doing stuff like this. And yes, the Creeper Building Inspector is around here. Let me show you cyan real fast, because I really feel like this, by comparison, like, yes, that is more cyan, but it just looks a lot more green than I was hoping it did. And I sort of want the roof to feel a little bit more blue than green, even though it is a very cyan material. So let's swap back in for light blue. On this side, you can kind of see the difference between the two, right? And the funny thing is, I think maybe because of the way the RTX stuff works, some of the other light sources you would expect to be more blue and glowy are not so blue and glowy. Like, For example, this just seems to emulate the same amount of light that a torch or a lantern gives off, with maybe a slightly different color temperature, but it's not the blue that you get from the flames. Soul lanterns, by contrast, are a completely different color temperature. They're much more tungsten, and soul fire campfires give off a little bit more of a natural kind of green around them, although that may be just the fact that the grass is right there. But then the soul campfires are giving off more in-game light, I think, than the soul lanterns are. So it's a little bit weird. Hey, YT Jack Attack, thanks so much for the 3 months. And so, what else do we have here that we can use? Let's compare a regular campfire and a soul campfire. You can see there's a slightly lighter element going on there. Let me try and find some kind of... Yeah, let's do this on the stone roof so you can kind of see the difference. There's a lot more blue just being let off by this fire to begin with. It's like you threw metal into a regular campfire. Yes. What is it, like magnesium that burns with like a much whiter flame? And then, yeah, there's a lot of other stuff we can mess around with here. Obviously, like redstone lamps are going to have their own vibe as well. We've seen a lot of lava in the nether already. Oh, I can show you the redstone, like what emerald blocks look like. Here's a fun example. Let's go back into the dark room for this, and we'll pick block that so we can shut this off. So green, the other color of light, the one that I don't have in my survival world yet. But if you combine green and red, you get yellow. So that's weird. That's just the way light works, as opposed to, like, you might be thinking about pigments when you're like, surely yellow is one of the primary colors. No, not so much. And the cool thing is, if you combine red, green, and blue like this, in the middle, it looks white. Because that's how light works. But then if you space these out a little bit more, you will start to see the transitions between each of those a little bit more subtly. And if we put them on opposite sides of the room completely, yeah, you'll notice that the red kind of fades through yellow into green, which fades through cyan into blue. And then obviously if you put the blue next to the red, you get purple. And if you put the blue next to the green there, it becomes this kind of sea green kind of thing. And if you just let the red and the green hang out in the space together, you get a kind of orange over here, and then it fades through yellow into green on this side. It's super fun. And you'll notice that because you're standing on this side of the room, you start to see the influence of the red on that wall because the green is not lighting up into the corners as much. It's just, it's so cool. I'm really excited about all of this, and I want to play around with it a lot more. But yeah, this is the house we're working towards. And at night, it almost looks grey. Like, the roof sort of doesn't look like it's lit up by much. And if we wanted to, we could hide a few light sources. Let's say, like, we hide one behind here, and it kind of illuminates the roof with this kind of blue light. Maybe hidden a little bit behind the leaf blocks. But that feels so intense to me. I don't know if I want to have, like, cyan stained glass up here to kind of illuminate the roof in the color that it feels like it should be to me. But if we put a sea lantern behind this, you could sort of do that. Let me find it. Also, the creative menu in Bedrock Edition is so confusing to me because it's in different categories to where everything is in Java Edition, and there are some blocks that are in nature and then some blocks that aren't, and I'm like, this is very, very confusing. Like, the wood materials, like all of the crafted stuff is in construction, but then all of the logs are in nature, and just having the two of those not be side by side is just like, my mind is breaking slightly from this. But yeah, you could illuminate the roof like that. You could have like little subtle details hidden around here which would allow you to do fun bits and pieces with lighting of this space. And you can block the light from above with the leaves because they aren't like fully opaque and stuff. Like, we could fit details in like that. Be kind of fun. Yeah, I know the search works well. I just don't want to have to type everything. I prefer clicking. It's like, a lot of the time when I'm playing Minecraft, I do everything I can to make sure that my right hand stays on the mouse and my left hand stays on the keyboard. And so if I end up opening this and like I have to search with one hand and I can't really type all that well with my left hand, so yeah, fun stuff we can do. Fun stuff we can do. It is very intense right at the light source, though. Sea lanterns are a very intense light in general. Like, we could definitely tone that down with something like... Oh, this is the other fun thing. Shroom lights naturally giving off a kind of yellow light means that the light is occluded differently by different colors of glass. So, like, right there, you'll notice it's already making the cyan glass block look a little bit more green. If I put blue right in front of this. Where's the glass? It's all hidden here, isn't it? If I put a blue piece of glass in front of this, barely gives off any light at all because it's trying to shine a yellow light source through a blue material. And it won't do that because like yellow and blue are on opposite sides of the color wheel and it's just confused by that. Whereas like if you remove that, obviously it shines a lot further. Really cool. Like very, very cool. Still having my mind blown by most of this whenever I play around with it. Set time back to day. But yeah, this is the house I want to build. So this is why we've been gathering the stuff we've been gathering on this stream. Imagine making a cyberpunk themed city. Oh, I have one. I did work on a build. I think I deleted it in the end. Oh, no, I didn't. Here we go. Test world. This is where the future of the RTX series is probably going. I started a test world, immediately went to find a desert, and built a really basic, like, modern shop. And I feel like it probably makes sense to build a cyberpunk town in a desert, but then, like, you can do stuff like this, and all you have to do is throw in orange and magenta and cyan, and it's immediately like, yes, okay, cyberpunk is happening now, right? Like, there's a beacon just in there as the light source. Beacons are super bright too, but then they're about the same brightness as sea lanterns. I have a shop window here, and that's iron blocks coming down like a... like the shutters on the front of a shop. Obviously, they're kind of shiny. But then you have, like, armor stands in there as a shop window display. You could put clothes on them if you wanted to. Make it like a, you know, a clothing store. A boutique. And the sun is coming up now, which is going to ruin the effect. There we go. Actually makes me think of Yakuza towns. Yeah, like, Kamurocho looks... so like neon and lit up because obviously it's the red light district. They've got loads of, you know, neon lighting everywhere for strip clubs and stuff. But then you could do some really cool stuff just by having emissive blocks outside as a sign. Like obviously you'd have to do something a little bit larger if you wanted it to say anything, but you could have like stuff like this. And it's reflected in the glass as well. You know, you can style a whole bunch of different lighting styles like this. Or you could write like a word or whatever. Also, how road-like does concrete powder look once it's got a little bit of that texture from RTX? This is all black and white concrete powder. It's like, that is wild. It looks so much more like a road. Even in the day, let's go back to day again for a second. Like, this just feels like asphalt now, which it absolutely didn't before. Can you make reflections of yourself? I don't think you can. I think the player is still, like, not really visible in reflections, which probably means you're a vampire. But I think that was just, like, a little bit too much. Except maybe for... Oh, no, in certain types of materials, you can sort of see me in the reflection of that. So it's metallic materials, but not like... Well, I'm kind of there in the glass as well. It's a little bit less than having like a full-length mirror, you know? But you can definitely see me in that. I think maybe you just couldn't before because it was dark. What about a traffic light with the blocks? Oh, you could absolutely do that. You could probably do that better with sea lanterns behind glass, though. Like, get like red, orange, green. It's like amber. What even is amber? Let's throw one of those together real quick. I'm guessing blackstone. Probably blackstone. Blackstone walls. Maybe polished blackstone walls. You could do something like this. The one thing that annoys me right now is that Bedrock walls don't connect the way Java walls do. I thought that was going to be applied like across the board, but it apparently hasn't been. Okay, so this is going to look really big for a traffic light, right? But what we're working with here is much more like concept stages than it is how I would actually do it. Cover the sides up with coal. Nice black material. Like so, and then you have red, amber, green, right? And then I presume outside of that you'd have to probably do some like fancy redstone or whatever to make sure it was like just green, and then like the way it works in the UK, it's like red is stop, and then you have red and amber as in like get ready, and then just green as go. But yeah, you got stuff like that. Dead easy. I think if you wanted to have it as a one-block solution, you'd probably have to do more with, like, changing the light sources around, because you have red and you have green, and together they make orange, but there is no orange luminous light source. I think a few other texture packs have done this, so you replace stuff like glazed terracotta, for example. Or you could use something like glowstone, but then it's going to look really texturally different to the other two. Right? And yeah, you could use command blocks if you wanted to do stuff like that, if you wanted to be more serious about it. And you can absolutely do stuff like this with command blocks on Bedrock. Like, they're not quite as sophisticated as they are on Java because they've been around for less time, but still. Just look at how polished andesite looks with the reflection of the shop window in it as well. And like the reflection of the beacon from inside. And you can totally change the reflectivity in resource packs as well. That's not, again, that's not just like RTX stuff happening. Somebody mentioned conduits. They do not emit light. Obviously they do, but in RTX they don't. So that's an interesting one. I wonder if like a powered conduit does. Something to check out another time, maybe. What does lighting under carpets do? As far as RTX goes, the carpet will probably conceal the lighting because, again, it's occluding the light source. Haven't tried it yet, so couldn't tell you for certain, but let's put a shroom light there, which is not lighting anything right now because there are no blocks around it, which is a weird concept. Obviously, if you put shroom light on the surface, like that, it lights stuff around it. But right now, it's lighting the floor. So you can only uplight stuff that way. But then if you put carpet over the top of it, it doesn't light anything. Because you're occluding the light source. As far as RTX is concerned, light source is there. But naturally, it's still going to show up in vanilla because that's how vanilla works. So, like, you have to kind of discard the notions of messing around with how you would light stuff in Minecraft. Obviously, you still have to consider block lighting for mob spawns, but that's really it. End rods? End rods are worth looking at too. And stuff like end crystals. So end rods give off a very tungsten light. Kind of similar to sea lanterns, really. It may be less intense than sea lanterns, though. I don't know, it's still pretty bright. Like end rods. Where is sea lantern at? It's one of these. Sea lantern. End rod. Sea lantern. I think it's because it's a full block. It's like blindingly bright. Whereas the end rod is an individual thing. Redstone torches also give off a nice orange glow. I like that a lot. Mob spawners look incredible. Mob spawners have like purple eyes in them. And so those give off this really light kind of magenta glow to them. We found them in abandoned mine shafts in the last stream, and that was super cool. Need some obsidian to place an end crystal. Okay, those don't light anything. That's a shame. But yeah, Cyberpunk. Entirely possible. And that is probably where the RTX series is going to go eventually. Once I have the right sort of materials for it. Because a city build project is like endgame stuff. Like, you got to have access to a lot of stuff for that. Anyway, we're back in survival now. This is the survival world. There is no house over there. And I need to do a little bit more warped wood farming and then probably go and get some clay from the river. Hope you guys enjoyed that little diversion. And where am I going to put the sea lanterns? Probably in here for the minute. The fact that glass is clear is really annoying for, like, the texture pack. But as far as everything else goes, I guess it's not bad. Alright, let's put these back here. Right. Now, I'm not going to mess around with conduits. We'll do that later if I actually get hold of a conduit in this series, but from what I expect, they probably won't light up when they're powered. Because they don't necessarily look like they should be light-emitting blocks by themselves, you know? They don't have a lot of light pixels in the texture, to me. They just kind of glow because they're powerful, not because they look like a lamp or anything. So I don't expect conduits will have been included. But that's, again, something that you can change in the resource pack. And I wonder if the resource pack creator has actually done that, because the way Kelly's RTX works, there is a base pack, and then there is also a bunch of add-ons that include stuff like the red, green, and blue emissive blocks and clear glass, and there's a few other things. There's something that makes ores glow in caves so you can see them better, which I'm not using because, like, that doesn't help me find ores in vanilla, so I don't really want it to seem like I'm just making all of the diamonds glow, like one of those texture packs. Cosmic Girly, thank you so much for the 4 months. Hi, how you doing? And Flock DR, thank you so much for that brand new tier 1 sub as well. I think that came in while I was doing all of the fun science stuff with light. Just made your first netherite pick. Very nice. Why don't I want to keep the warped wood leaf type blocks? I'm turning them all into bone meal because that means renewable bone meal. I don't have a skeleton farm yet. As far as, like, how long I've spent in this world, this is still, like, day 3, more or less. This is still, like, prep for episode 3 of the series, so I don't have the luxury of a huge amount of bones yet. So I'm turning all of the warp blocks into bone meal. Does it feel weird at any point when the light behind me suddenly changes? Nah. I think it's fun that you guys get to play around with that stuff. Like, once I have all of the available light sources in survival, I'll probably do a video comparing them all. So for people still asking about, like, what does this look like, what does that look like, we'll get to it, don't worry. I don't want to derail the entire stream just to show you guys what everything does. But stay tuned for more RTX survival episodes from the YouTube channel, because there will be many of them. And I think a lot of the entity stuff, like creepers, Someone's asking about creepers. That falls under the heading of dynamic lighting, which is not something RTX does. So, like, you don't end up with torchlight in your hand when you're walking around holding a torch in a cave. For example, it doesn't work that way. And no, I'm not insta-mining the warp blocks yet. It would be insta-mining on Java, because anything above efficiency 3 on an iron hoe, I think, insta-mines on Java, but Bedrock is different. But in Bedrock, you can also insta-mine, like, other stuff at different levels. Like, I think you can insta-mine wood with a haste beacon. Which is probably, to be fair, a good trade-off, because you have to fight the Wither on Bedrock Edition to get a beacon, and the Bedrock Edition Wither sucks. So... What do you mean, how can I not watch Mumbo? I do watch Mumbo. Yeah, some shaders in Java have dynamic lighting. A lot of them do. Optifine also has dynamic lighting for Java. And it might be possible to do in RTX, I don't know, but I don't think RTX necessarily tracks entity positions for lighting stuff. Did I just hear a pillager, by the way? Is that just a weird sample in this song? I can't tell. Pillagers have just been randomly showing up. I feel like sometimes one or two of them will spawn at night, even if it isn't like a full patrol. Yes, Ted from Italy, they did update RTX to 1.16. It was actually updated at the time I was playing my first RTX series, but none of the packs from the marketplace were really able to update to 1.16 at that point. So the medieval RTX map I used did not have the nether from 1.16, whereas obviously now, yes, we are farming warped wood, so I think it's working. Have I ever played on a server? Yes. For 5 years, I was part of an SMP called the Decidedly Vanilla server. I've also played on a bunch of modded servers in the past. All of that is on my YouTube channel. You can go back and find it all. In fact, as of December, I was part of a 1-month-long hardcore SMP called Don't Die December. And I didn't die. I also didn't play as much as I could have, but then it also wasn't about making videos or streams for me. It was just about playing with a bunch of buds. And we did a couple of streams. I got a tier 1 netherite beacon. That was all I needed. Have I ever checked out the mythology worlds Minecraft made for Bedrock? Was that like the Greek myth one and stuff? I don't think I ever bothered with those. But I don't tend to go to the marketplace looking for stuff very often. Me and Zloy played Terra Swoop Force the other day. That was fun. Because that's on Bedrock now. Ooh, good crop of warped fungus that time around. Do I prefer Bedrock or Java? I definitely prefer Java. It's just I can't do stuff like this on Java. Java doesn't have colored light sources. But I'm also, like, version agnostic at this point. Like, I don't really see why people need to fight over it. Is that the Bedrock pack Mojang keeps advertising on Twitch? It is, yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that they've added to the marketplace lately. But Terra Swoop Force was, like, one of the first, I think, really popular marketplace maps. And it was one of the maps that, like, Nox Crew, I think it is, that made it. Like, it was one of their first more cinematic kind of maps, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, the stuff they've been able to do with it is really quite impressive in terms of, like, effectively animated cutscenes and characters and voice acting and stuff. It's all very good. And me and Zloy had played through Monsters from the Ice, which is another one of their maps beforehand, which is apparently in the same universe, but I did not pay a great deal of attention to any of that stuff. Was that it for Smooth Quartz? I guess so, right? Yeah. Is it true if you buy Java you get Bedrock for free? Not technically speaking. It's a promotion they ran for a while where if you had bought Java Edition before a certain point, you got like a beta access key to Windows 10 Edition, and then more recently they've been able to like run a couple of promotions where people who buy Java before a certain date are still able to redeem it, but I don't think that happens all the time now. I think it's more of like a an occasional promotion thing. Let's aim to get, like, a few more stacks of that. I really don't know how much I'm going to need, but it's probably going to be more than I expect, so I'm just going to farm tons of it. Yeah, they got rid of the promotion? Yeah, makes sense. I think it's one of those things that will probably come up every now and again. But it's not going to be, like, constantly going. And let's be real, like, Bedrock Edition for Windows 10 on the market, on the Microsoft Store is still only, like, £10 or something. It's pretty cheap. If you're interested in trying out the RTX stuff and you have the hardware for it already, then it's kind of worth the price of admission, to be honest. If you can afford to buy an RTX 30 series card, you can probably afford to buy Minecraft as well. Am I ever participating in Minecraft Championships? Nah, I'm not that interested in doing competitive stuff. Somebody was asking earlier about the Clash of the Creators thing, and that was really like a one-off. I was basically asked at the last minute to step in because one of the hermits couldn't make it, and Azuma needed somebody else to be on his team. And because, you know, we chat on Discord occasionally, he asked if I was interested, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? But it's very much something that I'll participate in that stuff if it's doing a friend a favor, and, you know, I'm not really interested in doing competitive stuff other than that. It also wasn't PvP, which made me quite happy, because, yes, it's competitive, but it's not, like, combat stuff. Considering it relies a lot on Minecraft knowledge, I was kind of like, alright, I'm 50% of the way there. Not the most competitive player, but I know a little bit about this game, so... When's the next Skyblock video? Hopefully I'll have one this week. Depends if I can get this RTX video done first. At this point, like, going into this new year, I'm still planning on putting out at least one, possibly more, Survival Guide or Skyblock episode per week, but I'm also not planning on sticking to a set schedule for it until... probably until Minecraft Survival Guide starts its Season 2. Because there's just so much grindy work to be done in both series that I don't want to burn out on Minecraft before we get to the next update, because there'd be nothing worse than getting to 1.17 and then just not wanting to play it because I was fed up of Minecraft, so I'm trying to take it a little bit easier. Ali Plays Games, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Understand the advantages of real-time ray tracing over rasterization, but like throughout gameplay, you think traditional rasterized shaders look better. What are my views on it? My views on it are that colored lighting is really cool, and I don't necessarily care that much for shaders anyway, so like I'm not the kind of person who plays with shaders on all the time. Like, I prefer playing with vanilla graphics, default graphics, just because, like, as a builder, it's a point of pride for me to know that if my builds look good in default graphics, then they are probably going to look great in whatever add-ons you want to put on top of that, right? But in this case, I think this is just a really interesting opportunity that does something shaders currently don't unless you pay to support Silda, or not Silda, Sonic Ether, who's the only person I think has a ray tracing shader pack out right now. But yeah, as far as like what looks better, shaders are designed to look good. That's the thing. I think shaders are effectively designed to make Minecraft look cinematic. And while obviously there are certain things that they've included in this RTX stuff, I think a lot of the goal with RTX is not to make Minecraft look inherently pretty. It's a lot more about the possibilities of simulating natural light. It just kind of makes sense. You can have both. That's the thing. Like, this is the kind of thing that's never been done before on Bedrock Edition. And so it's really cool that Bedrock players get access to this. But if you prefer regular shaders, then go off. You've got plenty to play with on Java. Like on Java for my time lapses and stuff, I use Silda's Vibrant shaders. I sometimes use Arcane shaders, which is another pack by Trilliton. But yeah, outside of those, I don't tend to play with shaders when I'm playing just normal Minecraft. I just tend to do cinematics with them and replay mod stuff. What Legend of Zelda games have I played? Ocarina, Wind Waker, and Breath of the Wild. I probably played a little bit of other games here and there, but I've never owned the stuff that you can play them on. I didn't have a Nintendo console growing up. I had a Game Boy, but I never had any of the Zelda games on Game Boy. Only reason I played Ocarina and Wind Waker was that a friend of mine gave me a GameCube and said, if you haven't at least played Ocarina of Time, then we cannot be friends. Wind Waker is also good. Christian Courtmange, thanks so much for that Prime sub, by the way. Really appreciate the support. Welcome on in. I never said I was never going to make a Bedrock Survival Let's Play. I said I was never going to make the Bedrock Survival Guide. There is very significantly a difference between those two things. Because everybody wants me to explain the mechanics of Bedrock Edition, and to be honest, I can't. I have no idea how some of the stuff in this version of the game works. Which is why Prowl and Blue Jay do what they do, and Silent does what he does, and various other fantastic Bedrock players are worth following. Should not rely on me for everything. Also, I really want more of those big Chungus trees. Not the tall ones, I mean the large ones. I've almost broken this diamond hole already. Have I ever been to Canada? Very briefly when I was younger. We went through Canada on our way to New York via Niagara Falls, so... I was like 9. I don't remember much about it. You love the large ones. The super tall ones are very striking looking, but they are an absolute pain in the neck when it comes to actually getting the materials. At least this one doesn't have a ton of warped wart on the top here. How to get bone meal so quick? I'm harvesting all of the warped wart from these and then composting it, so you get tons of bone meal from that. I'm actually collecting more bone meal from farming these than I am from growing them in the first place, which is very helpful. Somebody pointed out that I should compost all of these, and they were absolutely right. I think it was Timotab suggested that. And I'm like, yeah, that is 100% what I should be doing. Bedrock also doesn't have that thing on Java where, like, if you don't touch another block, the block that you're breaking stays a little bit broken for a moment. I kind of rely on that sometimes when I'm getting, like, the tall spruce trees and stuff. Daddy Can MC, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Little raid coming my way, alright. Well, if that hasn't shown up because Twitch still has weird ideas about what constitutes a raid and what constitutes bots, because they can't tell the difference, thank you so much for the raid. Do I have any content creators I'd love to collaborate with? The thing about collabs for me is that I always want to bring something to the table. It's not just about, like, oh, I'd love to make a video with so-and-so. It's like, a lot of the time I have to have an idea before I really think a collab would be worth it. Like, there's a lot of people who want me to collab with Wattles because we both make tutorial videos, but we both make single-player tutorial videos, and I don't think there's anything that we could do that, other than just, like, being in the same room, would be particularly cool to people. Like, I don't think it would add anything to the tutorial. It'd just be like, oh, wow, look at that, 2 people I know in the same space. It's like, cool, great. Like, that adds value to you, but not necessarily to the subject of the video. It's the same with all of the folks on Hermitcraft. Like, yes, it'd be nice to play Minecraft with the people from Hermitcraft, but unless I had some decent ideas for a collab, I'd never even suggest it. Like, I don't see the point in collaborating with somebody when you don't have something unique to bring to the table. What are my plans for the bone meal? Continue growing warped stuff and then use a lot of it for white dye so I can make lots of white concrete. Because the other thing I will need for this house build is a lot of white concrete. Liking Clash of the Creators? Yeah, I mean, that was something unique. That was something that I'd never really done before. And once again, it was something that, like, someone was asking me to fill in at short notice, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do the event, so it made sense to me. How much do I need of everything? I don't have specific amounts. I've only built half of the house in creative. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Competitive tutorial making. That sounds like my least favorite thing. Am I interested in movies? Am I more interested in pop culture movies like Star Wars or good movies like Memento? Implying Star Wars isn't good. Get out of my chat. Ban that person. I'm kidding. Yeah, I like a lot of movies. I haven't watched a great deal of stuff lately because I'm often, you know, working on other stuff and I don't really have the time. Plus, like, I like watching movies in company and haven't really had a great deal of that lately. So, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of stuff I'll probably just sit down and watch on the couch once my wife is back. But, yeah, there's a fair amount of stuff I've seen in the past. You're a Star Wars fan, should have worded that better. No, it's all good. I just watch stuff that I've heard is good and people have recommended to me, but not in a way that seems irritating. I don't know. I'm not the most avid movie watcher. I won't just go and watch a Marvel movie because it's out. But if I hear good things and I've got the time, then yeah, I'd like to see more movies this year. The problem is, of course, movie theaters aren't going to be open for a little while, so we'll see when all of that stuff happens again. Last time you tried to watch a movie, you fell asleep? Oh, yeah, that's the other problem. Like, I don't know if it happens for everybody. It doesn't happen as much for me. Like, if I'm going to see a movie that I'm interested in, then, like, I can usually sit through the entire thing and not, like, feel like I'm going to fall asleep or anything. But, for whatever reason, if we're watching a movie at home, if I'm not, like, out in public, and the movie itself isn't necessarily that interesting, like, Mystery Science Theater is a good example of this. Like, if anyone else has seen Mystery Science Theater 3000, they watch bad movies and make jokes over them, basically, is the premise. It's like a TV show that ran for a while. They revived it for a Netflix series recently. Like, my wife and I went through a phase of watching a ton of those, and I would fall asleep through, like, half of them. Because the movie itself wasn't engaging me all that much, and listening to the three of them talk was like listening to a podcast, and I fall asleep listening to podcasts most nights. So, yeah, to me that just felt like soporific, you know? It had that effect of kind of putting me to sleep a little bit. But, I mean, it's a really funny show. I wasn't falling asleep because it was boring. It was just like, I don't know, for whatever reason, it just seemed like cozy, but too cozy. Like, falling asleep cozy. Why is there no waving stuff on RTX? Because, again, the point of this was to make Minecraft's light behave more realistically, not to introduce stuff that makes the world feel more alive or cinematic or anything. Why did I delete the world download video? Because Google deleted my world download. Or rather, the link to my world download. I got a notice from YouTube saying that they suspected the files that I was putting links to in the video description of being malicious files, and they deleted the links from my video. So I thought, why would I bother hosting a video about a world download that people couldn't get the link to? And so I decided to take it down until I was able to host that video somewhere else, which I probably will at some point, but we'll host the download link somewhere else, at least. But, yeah, for the next little while, the download link is not going to be available, because I will probably just make a download link for the 1.16 version of the world when the next update comes out. What do I think about The Mandalorian? I really liked Season 1. I have not seen any of Season 2. I've been spoiled for a couple of things from Season 2, but spoilers are not that big of a deal to me. I know they are to other people, which is why I prefer them to stay out of the chat, obviously, but yeah, like, I'm fine knowing a couple of things about that show, because I'm much more interested in how they get there than what the actual events are. Anonymous gifting a sub to HKR. Thank you so much for that anonymous gifted sub. Kind stranger. You watched Saving Private Ryan and you were so tired that you were feeling sleepy during the intense intro to the movie with gunfire, etc. Yeah, that's gonna happen to more people than you'd expect, you know? I didn't take this helmet with me, the gold helmet that I'm wearing, when I went exploring, because I was worried about losing it, but then I realized now that it's got respiration and aqua affinity on, so this is actually the ideal helmet right now for me to go exploring with. You like spoilers for some reason, it increases your interest. Yeah, and I think, honestly, if there is something that just learning one event that happens in a film ruins the film for you, then I would sort of argue that that's not a good film. Because then, like, if you then watch it and you're like, oh, no, that was still an amazing film, then the film has done its job. If there is just, like, one twist that is the only good thing about that movie, then I would argue that is not a good movie. It's the kind of thing that maybe a cinephile would find more to love about it, but then, like, I went into The Sixth Sense not knowing what the twist was, but I figured out what the twist was about 10 minutes in, at which point the entire movie just became incredibly boring to me. And to this day, I don't know why people were so wild about that film, because it's pretty obvious what the twist is. But then again, maybe I've watched so much stuff since it was released that was influenced by the twist of that movie that maybe at the time it kind of came out of nowhere and everyone is a lot more like... was like blown away by it at the time or whatever. What is the enchantment for mining underwater without it being slower? That is Aqua Affinity. Which a lot of people will mistakenly call Aqua Infinity. It is not that. You have an affinity for water. And I also have respiration, which means I can not drown as quick. There should be an easier way to get clay. I mean, technically there are some easier ways to get clay, but... I like having the mushrooms going straight down into the water, by the way. I don't think that works on Java. Or, I mean, works. It doesn't happen as much in world generation on Java. And yeah, you can use conduits for that as well. Conduits will give you an additional boost to your mining ability. Got nearly 3 stacks of clay. I think 4 stacks will be enough. I just want to pepper it into this roof. This is another really cool aspect of the RTX stuff, though, looking really cool, like, underwater. How do you take the entire block of clay? I have Silk Touch on my shovel. Have I seen Stranger Things? I have not. Can you insta-mine endstone? I don't know if you can on Bedrock. You can't on Java. I've set up haste beacons in the end many times, and it does not work that way on Java. No depth strider, no. Not yet. Rest of my gear isn't enchanted, just the helmet. Swimming is nice, though. Didn't bring a bed with me, so I'll probably head home. I reckon 3.5 stacks of clay would be enough. Let's make it 3 stacks and a little extra. Oh, that's 4. Okay, great. Even better. Perfect. Wow. Wow. Stranger Things than what? Will I beat the Wither in this world? I'll try. Can't guarantee that, but I'll try. Me and the Wither got beef. No worries, D-Crenny. Still plenty of survival guide to go before we start Season 2, but in the meantime, I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. When I record my survival guide videos, do I always really want to do it, or do I have to force myself sometimes? I think generating ideas has become one of the hardest things about the survival guide now, but I still really enjoy doing it every time. Like, if I didn't want to do it, then I just wouldn't do it. Which is better in terms of pure humor, Friends or The Big Bang Theory? Well, they're both kind of trash now. I would argue that I probably have More just nostalgia for Friends because I've seen Friends. But I don't know what you mean by pure humor. So... like, it's a subjective thing you're trying to make objective, which is not really going to happen for me. Hey, you, I have a Bane of Arthropods axe. Get wrecked. Also, just going to move this away from my chests for a minute. Do I think they'll add another profession for something to do with geodes in 117 or 18? Probably not. I'd like to see the geode materials be a little bit more renewable, but I don't know how they would end up doing that. Maybe like if you smelt andesite, it becomes tough or something. I don't know. I think we had a couple of good ideas for that on the Spawn Chunks podcast, but I can't remember what they were now. So they can't have been that good ideas. Alright, where am I at with the rest of this? I think I probably need some more stone. In the grand scheme of things. And probably some more dark oak wood as well. So we should farm some of that. While we got all this bone meal to play with. Can grow quartz synthetically, so you'd like some kind of mechanic that mimics recrystallization. I mean, you can get amethyst that way. I guess you just can't get tough that way. Unless you combined one of these cows. Oh, two of these cows are not like the others. Yeah, I guess if you combined amethyst shards with diorite and andesite, you could make tough and calcite. Excuse me, that way. You're currently watching the Minecraft Goat. Is Doc M streaming? Where did the trader go? Did he die? Do I think copper will be renewable? Maybe at some point. I don't know if they'll make it renewable in the first release of 117, because, let's be real, the point of the update is to make you go caving. And they want you to have, like, a better mining experience, so if they set up a way for copper to just be available without mining it, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot there. They might do it eventually. Hey, Minnesota Todd's in the house. Welcome in. That did he die? Sounded like someone else. For whatever reason, the thing that came into my head was Ben Affleck's character in Shakespeare in Love. He's like the really pretentious actor guy who always plays the lead part in all of Shakespeare's plays. From The Admiral's Men. And then at one point, he gets cast as Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet, and then Shakespeare basically tells him that his character dies, and he goes, he dies, in this, like, really deepened kind of, what's the word? Like, a sonorous tone. First time you've seen RTX running live? Welcome to the weird lighting stuff. What's the XYZ Coords mod I'm running? That is called Bedrock Edition Settings, my friends. It is... right here. Imagine if we could breed creepers with cows and produce creep-ows that moo as they explode. Ben Affleck's Batman was bad, might be because all the movies in which he started Batman were bad. I never saw any of them. I've honestly not seen half of the Batman movies, because there are like 14 Batman movies. I feel like the ones I've seen are 66 Batman, Clooney, Batman and Robin, Nolan trilogy. That's it. So, like, 5. I've seen 5 of the Batman. Man, this whole place is just, like, massively disorganized now, and I kind of hate it. There's some sand in here, which we can use to make concrete. That's the other thing we need lots of. Oh, gosh. How much gravel do I own? Okay, I have a few stacks. Not bad. Still. 2 stacks of bone meal means 2 stacks of white dye. Titanium white. Okay, so now I have 4 stacks of white concrete powder. Do I think that's going to be enough? I don't know if that's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't know if it will be enough. Let's convert this concrete then. Here's a good pond. We'll do it here. Here's a good pond. But will it be enough? It is enough, but is it really enough? You guys are about to see a really nice aerial view of my RTX survival world. I'm almost doing this in time with the music. Yeah. Oh, I ran out of blocks. Trying to time it properly. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Is there anything Bedrock Edition can't do that Java Edition does? There's a few things. There's a few changes. There's a few things Java Edition can't do that Bedrock does. Like movable tile entities, for example. Java Edition has buggy redstone that everyone treats as normal redstone. That's the main thing about Java. Yes, Nolan, I'm playing on Windows 10. You can't mod Bedrock, can you? There are add-ons. They're not the same, but they're close. I look hungry? I am hungry. In fact, I probably better jump off this now. About to starve. Yikes. Alright. Back in a minute. Can Java do this? Absolutely it can. Food. I die. I die. This is the end. My vision is drawing close. The end is near. Goodbye, cruel world. Oh, thank goodness I have 63 fish. So, now we've created the Washington Monument. Let's take this thing down, huh? Went away for 10 minutes and I'm dying of starvation. I know, right? Yay! Concrete making! Why do messages get deleted by mods? Because messages are either inappropriate for the chat or were repeated too much so that it was annoying everybody. You know, usually for good reasons. Give this man some potatoes. I need fish and chips. Immediately. Oh, I might have fish and chips for dinner tonight. That's my dinner sorted out, chat. Well done. You did it. Is some of this not getting converted, by the way? It feels like some of it is probably just not getting converted. feel like some of it is probably falling and colliding with each other in entity form. Yeah, we didn't get like a full 2 stacks back from that, did we? Hello? What are you? Yeah, that was a bunch of extra concrete powder. A lot of this has just sort of wandered off in varying directions. In fact, if that was 2 stacks, it looks like we only got 1 that wasn't converted. So that was weird. That was just like concrete powder not looking like concrete powder, I guess. Yeah, that was definitely concrete powder, though, because I did not bring any clay with me. What is an IRL food that I want in Minecraft? I mean, tea. Not necessarily a food, but like a food stuff. Oh, that's another point. I could have pizza for dinner. Fish and chips or pizza? What a dilemma. Oh, I finally got tea in Stardew Valley, by the way. I bought a tea plant from the traveling cart. There's a lot of people saying pizza. That is regular concrete, sir. You want the concrete powder, thank you. Every stream pizza is mentioned at least once. I can't help it, it's on my mind. Fish on pizza? That is true. I could order a pizza with anchovies. Sausage and chips or chicken and chips are better than fish and chips. Depends on the sausage and also the chips, I find. I don't usually get chicken and chips. This is cool, by the way. I didn't really look around before. How long I live? 33 years. How long am I live, or how long will I be live, I presume was actually the question. Been live for about 3.5 hours. Probably going to be here for another half hour or so. Yeah, like if I have sausage and chips, it's usually a battered sausage from a fish and chip place. That's my usual order. But then if I'm having fish and chips at home, I'll get like some battered fish from the shop that I can like bake in the oven myself, and I'll do my own chips. Because I don't really like chip shop chips all that much. Sacrilege, I know, but most of the ones I've had have just been like soggy and disappointing. Maybe I just don't go to the right place, but majority of the time, chips done in a deep fryer are a disappointment to me. Living for 33 years, live for 3 hours 30. There you go. I have been live for a fraction of my life. Aim for the river next time? I don't think I'd make it. Not enough horizontal momentum. You once forgot the word battered and instead tried to order a berated fish and chips. I want you to really admonish the fish before it goes in the fryer. Really give it a talking to. Yeah, that's weird. Why not put a bucket of water on the side to convert it all, then just mine down? I mean, I could, but that, you know, works about the same way. So we've got 34 left. I mean, it works well enough, Liara. It's not a big deal. Fish, you're bad and should feel bad. Put a slice of bread either side of it and go, what are you? And it's like, a fish sandwich. Really like large plains biomes. They're rare on Java, though. I feel like Java, a lot of the time, just has little forests on the plains. Stuff like this, you know? Where you can probably just clear that out and either side of it is plains biome. You just got to connect the two. And in that point, you've deforested the entire place, which means you get a load of wood. Win-win. Drill Sergeant the fish. I can't hear you, Private. Alright, that should be a decent amount of white concrete. Don't know if it's going to be enough, but it should be a decent amount. For the last half hour of the stream, I will attempt to find a desert. Where should I go? Like, pick a cardinal direction, chat, and we will go in it. Left. I'm thinking north, south, east, or west. There's a lot of people saying north or west. East by southeast. South. Southwest. North. A lot of people saying north. North would be that way. Towards negative Z. So... yeah, I guess we're going that way, huh? North by northwest. Let's put the dirt away in here. Let us take a boat. Up! Go up! There's a desert in the sky. I mean, it's the sun, but... let us take a bed. I think I have another bed around here somewhere. I do. Let's leave bed here. As respawn point, but also take a bed. There's a lot of people saying south or north. Well, I guess we'll go north for a bit. Go towards the light. Just did that for a while, but we were getting concrete, so. Hello, salmon that are different sizes. A lot of people very proud of the fact that bedrock in salmon in bedrock are different sizes. Which you should be, to be fair. Sakura Cross, thank you so much for the 6 months. Contagious Tomfoolery with the 16. Thank you both very much. Tame a horse. Don't have a saddle. At least not on me. Insanely proud about that. You should be. Good fishies. There's the ruined portal that we found before. See, I'm not going to bring a horse with me because I hope that we'll encounter an ocean. I'm going to attempt to increase the likelihood of this by getting on the water. Anybody who wants to tell me I could put a horse in a boat? Get out of my chat. Get out. Get out. Get out. Love a sun-dappled boat ride. Well, that was good for me. Was it good for you, chat? Good lord. Hey, there's some spruce wood here. Could get some of that. I think I need some of that for the build. Ah. Get in the boat. Stay in the boat. Village. I think I found this one before, actually. I knew there was a village this way. Bedrock has baby squid and dolphins as well. W, nice. Do they grow up like other animals do? I have no idea what just happened. I think I pressed shift and then immediately tried to get out of the boat with a different button. Baby dolphins, do you don't know about baby squid? Shame. Is this actual village? Are there person? There's a saddle in there. You could get a horse. Pog. A barrel. A fisherman must live here. Or do they? Are they villager? What? Somebody named Fern lives here. How can you tell? Do villagers despawn on Bedrock Edition? Seems like the kind of thing they would do. It's like, you want stuff to despawn, right? Yes. Including villagers? No. It doesn't look like an abandoned village, though, because abandoned villages have, like, cobwebs and stuff in. Or is that just zombie villages that do that? I'm pretty sure these wouldn't have been eaten by zombies, because I've been nowhere near this place. Bet it was the wolves. The wolves did for them. Hi, friend. Yeah, that's weird. Why is my stream lagging now? My stream is experiencing minor issues, according to Streamlabs. Weird. Got super frame ratey? Maybe just because I'm exploring. I mean, the game still looks fine to me. I don't know. James, thank you for the 100 bits. Been watching for 2-ish hours. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for the 100 bits. Let's sleep and see if this works. Hey, at least the issues are minor. Twitch has been having minor issues all week, so would not be entirely surprised if it was just a Twitch thing. Backlash from all the online learning today? Maybe, maybe. How's that been going, Mr. Badger's Death, by the way? Hope you're adjusting well enough. Yeah, it seems to be evening out, okay. Don't know what was wrong with that. Thank you for bearing with me, chat. Diminished issues better than augmented. There's an augmented issue or a diminished problem. Hey, more clay if we wanted it. Not that worried about it, though. What's the difference between despawning on Bedrock and Java? I think Bedrock depends on your simulation distance now. If you have a simulation distance of 4, I think stuff despawns within like a 40 block radius or 44 blocks or something. Which is pretty cool, because that's a lot less despawn radius than Java has. Java's despawn radius is a flat 128 blocks that stuff would instantly despawn. Let me get a boat instead of a bed here, so we can continue to punt down this river. In the morning sun. Hello, cows. Don't want to go back that way. I want to go this way. So yeah, we're now about 1,000 blocks out. Obviously no desert yet, but I have been 1,000 blocks in this direction. So if we go a little bit further, hopefully we'll find a desert. How would my survival guide artificial mountain look next to the 117 generated mountains? I don't know, because we don't know what the mountains in 117 are actually going to look like. We've seen a mock-up of them at Minecraft Live, but we haven't seen the full thing yet. At least, like, what things are going to look like in-game. In a freshly randomized world. The only thing RTX seems to be missing for you is the wind effects in trees and plants. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and I think the thing they've just gone for is lighting. Like, they wanted to do one thing and do it well, I guess. So I don't know what you would need to get everything animated, but it probably wouldn't be that difficult. I wonder if you could do it with some sort of more advanced resource pack that... Alright, that was weird. I was ready for whatever that was to come and attack me, and then it turned out to be 2 horses. My kingdom, a horse. I think I'll go horseless for a while longer. Is it bedrock? Yes, it is. Definitely lighting was the focus. You can do animated trees and plants in resource packs. You have one running on Windows 10 now that previous bedrock shaders are incompatible. Right, okay. Yeah, animated resource pack. Probably the way to go. Still no saddle, though? No, I have a saddle now. I have no food for the horse, but you can still tame them without food. Main thing I'm worried about is just running into ravines, and also navigating forests is a pain, and there seem to be a lot of forests around. So I'm less keen on horses for that reason. Bunch of rose bushes over there. I like this slice of terrain over here, whatever this is. Is that a swamp? Looks like another swamp to me. The swamp. Is it me or is it getting kind of foggy? Hey, Dish! Dish and Tors in my chat? What is this, Christmas? All we need now is Boz to turn up. 8-bit community founders reunion. Like you guys don't always hang out. Oh, look at the indentations, look at the rings, the stripes. Exciting. A late Christmas party, right? Dish, you'll be happy that I brought my hoe with me. We're going to a desert, so I have no use for it out there, but hey. Always got to know where it is. Whew. Yeah, I'm attempting to find a desert by traveling north. This may have been a mistake. Look how pretty, though. Look at the tall birch. You don't see a tall birch very often these days. A fallen tall birch as well. Do I have an ender chest yet? No, I have not found a nether fortress, so I don't have blaze powder. I have everything else I would need for it, but have not messed around with the ender chests. But like I said, in terms of the amount of progress I've made on this world, this is still day 3. I don't have a house yet. That's what I've been gathering materials for this entire time. Okay, chat, this is not a desert. Have you lied to me? Ooh. Hello. This is not a desert, but I'll take whatever this is. We have another swamp. Some more tall birch and mountains. Just going to leap this sheep. I do enjoy a saucy tall birch. Seriously, it feels so foggy here for some reason. Yikes, that's a lot of lava. But there is a gold block right there. Fortune 3 gold pickaxe. Oh, yes. And some gold boots. Silk touch gold shovel. Very nice. We can use that to acquire 40 blocks of grass. Just going to check there's no lava below this. I see how it is. I see how it is. Trying to trick me. Haha! Get wrecked. I guess we could always remodel this. Oh, there's one up there as well. We'll get that. Yeah, we could always, like, rebuild this portal if we wanted to get back quickly. Or if we do find a desert in this direction. Oh, boo. I want the gold. I love how shiny obsidian is. Oh, we got a fancy boy. I guess I do have the stuff. I got the stuff. We might as well do it if we got the stuff. I hear you blubbing. Don't be blubbing at me. I think I've built this in the wrong proportions. It's a little squat one. Feels like it should be hanging a little bit lower than that, doesn't it? So let's take a couple more of these. And try not to look at the magma block so it doesn't unleash lava upon me. Look how glowy from below though. Yeah, I think it's clearly meant to be so that you step up into the portal like that, right? It's clearly meant to be a long boy. So you can just like whoop and you're in. Well, here we go. Where he is? Oh, in a cave. And also, this is reflecting glowstone, so I was like, oh, there's glowstone behind it. Nope, the glowstone is there. We're really not that far away from where we were. I think we're in a basalt delta looking at the particles, though. So I will skedaddle. I'm glad I didn't skedaddle into the lava. But I don't think there was much of it left around anyway. Yeah, it's all behind there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. To the boats. When's my next episode out? Well, if we can find a desert, hopefully soon. Probably tomorrow. What is the time? Okay, nearly 6. All right. Probably going to wrap up at 6, I think. Thought we'd end up in the original portal. No, we're about 2,000 blocks out. It's a little bit too far. Euclidean distance, remember. Ooh, let's collect some lily pads. Can take these back to my sugarcane farm. Ooh. Give me back these lily pads. Oh, I'm making myself dizzy now. Oh. All right. Let us make land and find somewhere to sleep for the night. Over there by those zombies seems good. Oh, this definitely seems like a good place to sleep for the night. A nice pit of lava to be yeeted into? What could possibly go wrong? Can I sleep in the water? I can! Nice and easy to sleep in the water. Not a problem. Yeah, that is a big old pit of yikes, that one. Ooh, look at the atmosphere, though. Look at the rays. Yep, nearly jumped in that hole as well. We are 2 for 2. In hole avoidance. Humble brag. Just gonna be out here collecting lily pads all day. At this rate. Chat, I don't know about you, but I'm not seeing a desert. I was promised dessert. We should have gone left. Instead, we went up. And up was not good. Tiramisu, please? Oh, I could go for one of those. That and a pizza right now. These are my main desires. My primary wants. On my hierarchy of needs is pizza, then tiramisu. That's the pyramid. It's a very small pyramid made of two things. Nerd pole up for desert. That's a beach. We've got an ocean here, though. Do you reckon we can find a monument? I need a monument at some point. I've been finding occasionally you come across holes in the landscape like that have entire ruined portals in, and they've just generated as part of the cliffside. It's always really cool. Shall we look for monument? In the meantime, I wouldn't say no to an ocean ruin if it had sea lanterns in it. My favorite toppings on pizza? Don't say pineapple, please. Alright, I'll avoid saying pineapple and say pepperoni instead. But pineapple is still there somewhere. Taking a quick look around to see if I spot any sea lanterns. I feel like this is where the clear water pack would come in really handy, is for seeing some of the stuff below the surface without all of the water texture and stuff, but I know a lot of people don't like the... Oh, is that a snow plains? Are you kidding me? We went north. We found the Arctic Circle. Oh, there's also like blue ice over there. That looks cool. Oh, and is that a shipwreck as well? Yeah. I saw the sand. I thought we'd found a desert. It turns out we found a snow plains. We should go south. I bet south has the desert. There are even sandstone buildings put here to taunt me, although I think these are ocean ruins more than they are village buildings. Look at how shiny the ice, though. This is so weird. The snow and the sand combined just looks very, very odd to me. Terracotta looks nice, though. Look at that. Okay, I won't disturb any more of the houses. I'm sorry. Oh, that could have ended so much worse. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, what have we got in here? Oh, it wasn't even worth it. Gold helmet. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. Pff. Pff. Actually, I'll take the coal. I might as well take the coal. I'm out of torches. Yeah, be gone. Frightening me. Frightening me with such things. Yikes, chat. Yikes. Had a real moment there. It is my professional opinions that now is the time to panic. Treasure map. What we got? Oh, it's right there. It's right there, chat. It's over here. Treasure. Where you be? Hey, look at my invisible hand. Apparently just a bedrock thing. Oh, it's down here somewhere. Oh. Oh! Hello? Oh, hello. Curious. So I guess it's like right over here somewhere, huh? Treasure coordinates on Bedrock are always divisible by 8. Really? Anyone know any quick maths? Next question is, can I do this? I can! Haha! One of the few things you can put in your offhand. Yeah, I think it's still further up here. There it is. We found it. Oh, yes. One heart of the sea. And some... Oh, regen potions and water breathing. Nice. All right, I'll take those. I'll take those. Not too shabby. We'll come back for the chain armor if I really need it. I don't care much about the chain armor. All right. Well, that's our treasure chest. And I can make a conduit now if I get enough Nautilus shells from fishing. I think we need to go back to that portal. I don't think we're finding a desert this way. We found the other kind of desert. Of course, now I have to explain to all my YouTube viewers that I do stuff on streams occasionally when they accuse me of cheating and having found a conduit. Am I planning to make another podcast with Joel soon? Yes, we make the podcast every Monday. Hey, another village. Chain armor is rare and not good. Why is it still in the game? I don't know, variety. Because they don't remove features from Minecraft very often. I feel like that's the main thing, right? Oh, that's sugarcane. I thought it was cactus for a second. Wait, is it cactus? Oh, it is sugarcane. It's just rendering weirdly. I was at an angle from it and I didn't see the transparent parts. The fake outs. Oh, there are villagers here. Hi, friends. A librarian. Librarian, please. I need you for a library. You have a Depth Strider book. Interesting. Is this a stonemason or a... Oh, toolsmith. Right. Yeah. And you're an unemployed gentleman. You have a green tunic, I see. Two grindstones. Fancy. Oh, more iron as well. Ooh. No, I'm just gonna snaffle that right up. Don't mind me. Just house inspection. Tiny cats. You saw nothing. Just gonna take all your reading material. Hi, friend. Trades paper, not books. Little sprucey bonus. And an emerald. Our first emerald. The only one emerald I possess. Let's throw away the gravel. Boo gravel. Go away. I know. Tiny cat. I must remember this place. I won't, but it's fine. I can go back on the stream and watch it again. Snaffle this. I'm just gonna huff that right up my snoot. Take it with me. Does anyone remember where the portal was? Because I don't know. I think it was the other side of the swamp, wasn't it? Just gonna hoover that right up like a vacuum cleaner. I will probably make land here just to sleep. And as soon as I place a bed, all of the sand will cave out from beneath me. I know this game. Bedrock. Casual 6 bookshelves, though. My bed is not too far away. It's literally right there. Do you not understand diagonals? A whiff with intent to snatch. I mean, it's one way you can interpret it, yeah? Oh, there's a ruined portal over there as well, on that hillside. They show up in such cool places. But I'm going to head back to the one that we flint and steeled. How is there not, like, a comic book like Lock and Key or whatever, but, like, Flint and Steel? Sounds like a detective agency. Or if your first name was Flinton, like being called Clinton. Flinton Steele. Steele was like your last name. Probably with an E on the end to make it seem more like realistic or whatever. Law firm, exactly. Messrs. Flint and Steele. QBE. Right. Let's throw out the planks in favor of the boat. Das Boot. Where did we put the portal, though? Was it in this direction? It feels like it should be more over there. I saw somebody put the coordinates in the chat, but I don't know if the coordinates were accurate or not. Wait a second. Was this the Pit of Doom? This was not the Pit of Doom. Check out that waterfall, though. Ooh. It's like infinity pool over here. Well, that goes way down there. Way down. Please do more RTX survival. I'm trying. Doing it right now. Heaven help me, I need a desert though. There it is. I saw a glint of purple. Thank goodness I have a freaking great render distance. Saw it reflected in the water like that. Alright, the next trick is to see if we can get home through the nether. I think somebody said the coordinates in the chat earlier, but it's fine. We found it. We got it. What is the chance to find an enchanted golden apple in a nether portal chest? I don't know if there is one, is there? I know you get them in woodland mansions, abandoned mine shafts, and a couple of other places, but I don't know if you get them around nether portals. It makes sense. They're gold items, but... Hello? That was weird. Okay, so now all we need to do is head north-ish in the nether. Oh, good. Yeah, we are in a basalt delta. Correct. Okay, we're over. It's fine. It's fine. No biggie, no smalls. Let me very quickly adjust my gamma so you guys can actually see where we are, because we're in the nether. It's dark. Alright, this is not ideal, but we can dig. We dig in a general this way sort of direction. If we don't dig into lava, going to ignore the quartz because I cannot pick it up. My inventory is full of garbage that I want to take home. Because responsible people carry their litter home in their pockets. So any treasure maps you find out there, take them home with you. I see the outside. Actually, no, I see more lava. Thank you, Magma Cube. Where is it? Hate these things. They're so much worse on Bedrock. Okay, so now if I go kind of this way? Question mark? Yeah, we're definitely in a basalt delta. Oh, no, 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 no. No, my friends. No, no, no. No, no, no. I won't be doing that. Yikes. Your water bucket will not save you here, fool. Ah, you're the fool. I own the lava now. Yeah, yikes, this is a lot. This is a lot right now. A lot right now, guys. Oh, I thought for a second I found ancient debris. I was like, why is this taking longer to mine? Because it's soul sand picks. Calm down. Not everything has to be netherite. Okay, nobody panic. Nobody panic. Where am I? Basalt Delta, Soul Sand Valley. That way? The arrows ricochet back on them from so far away. Just gonna be cruising over here, no big deal. Hi. Shout out to how ghasts look when they're lit from below by soul fire, by the way. It looks incredible. Ow. Stop it, you fiend. I'm just trying to leave. Oh, there's the bastion. Okay, so we're on the other side of this. Wait, is it back this way? I'm confused. Or is it around the corner? Unless there's two bastions really close to my spawn portal, which I don't think there are. Right. Right. Okay, I think we made it home. After all that, I think we made it home. Correct. Thankfully, my gold helmet has still not broken. It's very close to breaking, but it still hasn't broken. Get away from me, Pumbaa. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yay! I made it back to my base. Such as it is. And we have 2 more blocks of gold, which is nice. But not very much else to show for it, unfortunately. We got a Heart of the Sea, though. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And, yeah, I reckon that's probably where we're going to leave the stream for tonight. Because, hopefully, I have enough material that I can start messing around with this house build. I will need a couple of other things, bits and pieces, but we'll get there. And I can keep the bookshelves and stuff for interior furnishings. Got a Fortune 3 gold pickaxe. I'll put all of the actual vaguely worthwhile stuff in here. I've got another regen potion. Base, sweet base. Yep, there we go, folks. That's where we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Just going to save and quit so it doesn't sneak up on me in the background. Thank you so much for being here. Had a great time doing a little bonus stream for y'all. We're going to see if there's anybody else streaming out here who we can raid here on the Twitches. And you know what? Shep was in the chat earlier, and he is currently streaming some Minecraft build theory, apparently. So let's go ahead and raid Shepherd Tamer. I always try and spell Shepherd like the surname, which is a different spelling. I think it depends, actually. But go and annoy Shep with your Pixel Hype emotes in the hashtag PixelRaid. Show some love for Shep's channel. Currently raising money for a new chair. Get this lad a chair. Thank you, Bacon Muffins, for the tier 1 sub, by the way. Hope you guys have a great evening. I'll be back with you guys on Thursday for another regular survival guide stream. We'll probably do a little bit more bedrock breaking and stuff like that. Until then, take care, my name's been Pixarus. I'll see you guys soon. Bye for now.